Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punch!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Tuesday, October 1st is the VP debate between Senator J.D. Vance, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. It is, of course, being broadcast on CBS. We'll be simulcasting right here on the Black Star Network. This, of course, the second debate with the Harris-Walz ticket. Of course, Vice President Kamala Harris destroyed Donald Trump in the last debate, and he is so scared of that. He's like, no, not going to be a second debate. And also, the breaking news today, Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were supposed to both sit down with 60 Minutes for a primetime special airing next week. Well, guess what? Vice President Kamala Harris, she's going to be there, but Donald Trump backed out like the weasel that he is because his campaign complained about live fact-checking. Well, that's what you can expect from them. We expect, of course, Governor Tim Walz to hit J.D. Vance on lying about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. No doubt what happened today in terms of Iran sending 100 missiles into Israel is going to be a part of the debate as well. You can expect foreign policy to be a huge part of this. And I would hope, and I doubt it because it didn't happen last debate, that you're actually going to see Walz talk about the importance of criminal justice reform and having a strong Department of Justice on a variety of issues. Today, Kristen Clark, who leads the Civil Rights Division, the DOJ, announced their investigation into the Georgia prison conditions, which they said are flat out unconstitutional in a variety of ways. This is what she said earlier today.
The findings report we issued today lays bare the horrific and inhumane conditions that people are confined to inside Georgia's state prison system. We uncovered long-standing systemic violations stemming from complete indifference and disregard to the safety and security of people Georgia holds in its prisons. People are assaulted, stabbed, raped, and killed, or left to languish inside facilities that are woefully understaffed. Our report outlines two central findings. First, we found that Georgia fails to protect incarcerated people from extreme violence inside the 34 state prisons and 4 private prisons that house people in medium and close security levels. By failing to adequately supervise the people it incarcerates, to control contraband in its prisons, to conduct adequate investigations into incidents that result in serious harm, or to remedy unsafe and unsecure living conditions in its facilities, the state has created a chaotic and dangerous environment. Second, we also found that Georgia's failures create an unconstitutional risk of harm from sexual violence at these prisons, including sexual assaults and sexual abuse of people who identify as or are perceived to be lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or intersex. The department's work to protect the rights of incarcerated people is part of its mission to uphold the civil and constitutional rights of all people in the United States. That mission is also grounded in the pursuit of racial justice. We know that across the country, Black people are disproportionately represented in the prison population, and Georgia is no exception. 59% of people in Georgia's prisons are Black. compared to 31% of the state's population. I'll note that Georgia has the fourth largest prison population in the country. The findings we announced today cover approximately 50,000 incarcerated people in the state's care.
Again, as I said, I wish topics like that would come up tonight. I doubt it very seriously, but we'll see what takes place over this 90-minute debate. We got a full house here in the studio, so let's walk on over there, talk to our panelists. Let's see here. Folks over here, most of them got here late, so they ain't liquored up yet. But I'm sure the post-debate conversation is going to be a little wild. So how's everybody doing? All right, cool. Glad to have everybody in the house. I was just talking about of course, what the DOJ announced today. And I hate the fact that this White House does not do more to talk about the great things happening in the Department of Justice, the Civil Rights Division. We've been talking about this for the past several weeks. You look at the patterns and practices investigation, 1 under Trump, 12 under this administration. When you look at cops being thrown in jail, when you look at jail wardens, correctional officers, the things that they have been doing is completely different than what happened under Donald Trump. You read Project 2025, you see exactly what's going to happen there as well. And so I wish they would elaborate on that a hell of a lot more. They simply have not been doing that. Scott, to me, if you look at some of these critical states, if you focus on some of that stuff, I think it plays to the base that you need to get out to vote, because at the end of the day, this election now ain't no undecided. This is about a turnout game right now.
Yeah. Not only in the southern states, but in all of our urban centers, this plays well. It's a great story to tell. You know, you think when the FCC took up the issue of reducing how much it costs for prisoners, federal and state, to communicate with their families, and made that less expensive because of the black members on the FCC. This is right up there. You know, I can't think, I've been in the law game 37 years. I can't think of one DOJ administration that's done more in the civil rights movement, more on prison reform, and even looking at Tulsa. Tulsa is huge, not because they've looked at Emmett Till before and so forth and so on in the past. Well, Tulsa, as our colleague says, who's representing the last survivors, this was the largest crime scene in the history of America. And no justice was ever done, no one was ever charged. And so just to issue a report, there's going to be some kernels of not truth, but kernels of evidence that the plaintiff's lawyers can hang their hat on and try to get some justice done while these last 2 survivors are alive. And so bravo to them. I don't think the campaigns think it's sexy enough, think it sells enough, and they haven't taken time to package it the right way to incorporate it into her campaign presentation wherever she's campaigning. There's a lot of white folks in prison too. A lot of white folks claim injustice, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about people who've been incarcerated down south in the 10 southernmost red states. And so, but poor people, black people, poor people, brown people, you name it, it sells, but they just haven't decided to do it yet.
But it hasn't been. But it hasn't been just the campaign. This has been the administration.
But yeah, even before the campaign,
it's been the administration, and Monique. And this is the thing. And I think first of all, when they came in, they wanted to establish this wall between DOJ and the White House. Okay, I get that when it comes to cases, but after you've secured wins, you can talk about it. And I personally asked Corinne Jean-Pierre, how is it that y'all never bring it up, even from the White House podium? And they just don't do it. I think they just swung the pendulum too far. You can talk about your wins, and you can do it in a way where you're not scaring white folks to think you soft on crime. I just think that this is an area that they have not done enough that could very well attract voters who have been questioning their commitment to civil rights and police reform.
Right. I mean, but let me do it. So, agreeing with what Scott said.
Yeah, but I need them to do it. That's my whole point.
Hats off to Attorney DeMario.
So they could just congratulate.
But I mean, the thing is, we got 37 days.
Hold on 1 second. For the people who don't understand what Scott was talking about, yesterday the Department of Justice announced they're going to be taking a review of the 1921 Tulsa race massacre. Not an investigation, but this will be the first actual federal review of what took place, and it really will establish, from the federal perspective, a fact-finding mission, if you will, that could very well be totally different than what has come out of the state of Oklahoma. Demario Solomon Simmons, who's attorney for Two of the Survivors, Justice for Greenwood, welcomed this, had him on the show yesterday. But again, so that's what happened yesterday for the folks who don't know.
Right, and I mean, we're looking at the Biden-Harris administration and a President Biden appointing a black woman, Kristen Clark, who we all certainly know, and the work that she is doing is work that has never been done before by this Justice Department, not even under first-time black president of the United States. And it is work that is going to matter for generations. And so to me, 30 seconds before November, we all got to talk. I mean, I'm fine with, I wish they were doing more, and anything that the campaign puts out, I share it, but I got a mouth, I got a platform. Everybody watching right now has a mouth, has a platform. Something good happened yesterday, something good happened today. Tell a friend, tell a neighbor, you know, tell a liar, tell everybody, tell whoever you can tell, give them this to talk about, because these are things that matter in our community. And every time people in our family or our friends are saying, well, what did they do about? Well, what did they do about? Here's what they did about. And I know it, so I'm gonna say it. There we go.
Well, yes, everybody should be talking about it, but Rebecca, the position that we're in right now, you have to frame these things differently. I keep saying that, yes, elections, consequences matter, elections have consequences, and whoever wins is the kind of folks who they appoint. One of the weaknesses, and you see in the polling data, folks not knowing what they've accomplished. Now, since Vice President Kamala Harris has become the running mate, you've seen how the numbers have gone up tremendously, especially among African Americans and Latinos. Those numbers were very soft the first 6 months of the year. They hadn't even hit 60%. Then all of a sudden, you see it now in many of these polls, it's 82, 85, 88, and getting higher and higher. But what they need is they're going to need a big turnout. You take North Carolina. Right now, she's 2 points under 40% for white voters. That's going to be critical. Why did Obama win in 2008? Because they over-indexed among black and Latinos. It's going to be critical to have that black turnout in Philadelphia, in the suburbs, in Pittsburgh, to counter all those white folks, what they call Alabama and Pennsylvania. Same thing in Michigan. To me, again, I would hope Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, I suspect J.D. Vance is going to hit him on the George Floyd protest, but I hope Walz talks about criminal justice reform and what they did in Minnesota to confront this issue.
It's so important for the Harris campaign to really talk about their wins, because it's amazing how many people in this country don't actually know how government functions and what is the responsibility of a particular administration. So today I was talking to some black immigrants.
Junction, what's your
Schoolhouse Rock. I was talking to some black immigrants, and I was asking them about their thoughts about Trump's rhetoric about Haitian Americans eating cats and dogs. And their response was, well, under Trump, I had friends who were able to immigrate to this country and get here to this country. So I had to explain immigration law, what impact Trump actually could do with immigration law, how he hasn't changed in decades.
Yeah, they came, but he want to send your ass back.
And that had nothing to do with Trump's specific policies. But then I pointed to what happened at the border with child-parent separation and how that was a discretionary Trump thing that happened during his administration. And then I pointed to the discretionary things that Biden and Harris has done in this administration. So it is super critical for the Harris campaign to really talk about these wins, because there's a lot of people who don't understand who they should attribute positive things that are happening in their lives.
Obviously, economy is being talked a lot, Mustafa, and it's been hilarious watching these Republicans talk about, oh, she keeps copying, pasting Biden's economic policy. It's kind of like, you know, she's the Harris part of Biden-Harris. So this notion that somehow she can't do that is sort of stupid. But you had ignoramuses like Congressman Byron Donalds, who went on the Breakfast Club, I'm gonna try to pull up in a second, talking about how, oh, we've never experienced anything like we did with the economy under Donald Trump. And I'm sitting here going, which part did you leave out that the Republican presidents, the last three, have left, actually the last five, have left the country in a recession. Right. And that Democrats have had to spend the first 3 years of their first term having to dig the economy out of a grave, but it's kind of like, oh no, it was great. For about 2.5 years, and after that, it sucked. I mean, it's just crazy when you hear this nonsense that's been spouted.
Well, we know Byron Donaldson needs a hug, but besides that, the fact is that this administration...
Nah, he need a little bit more than a hug. I mean, I'm just saying.
He got a hug on the Breakfast Club.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's my mama's way. When you're special, my mama say give him a hug. But, you know, it's really interesting because the Biden-Harris administration has been able to create millions of new jobs, right? Considerably more, 3 times more, I believe the last number that I looked at, than the Trump administration was able to do. The other part is that the lower unemployment rate. And the part that matters so much to our communities is black businesses. Black businesses have been created at a greater rate, especially black female-led businesses, than in any other administration. So for them to try and take credit and to try and make it sound like that their administration was the North Star for the country or for black folks, it's just fantasy. So I'm really looking forward to them having that question and then it being unpacked. Who was actually...
And you know, Roland, they just ignore Trump's driving this economy to the ground once COVID hit. His denial, right? Him wanting people to inject themselves with bleach. Him saying it wasn't a pandemic while the world was falling around us and everybody else was saying it was. That caused the economy to dive, one, and then 2, as you say, 3 years, administrations, we inherited this COVID economy. We had to pump money into this economy. We knew there was a risk with inflation. Now we're fighting inflation. That seems like that's too complicated to explain in a campaign speech or even with the media, so many of our media partners. But the fact of the matter is the Biden administration inherited the COVID economy, and the Republicans have criticized us for not fixing their mess fast enough. They did it under Barack Obama, too. But they gave him a shitty economy.
They blamed it on COVID, not on poor leadership during
COVID.
COVID.
But the thing that, but the thing that, again, when you listen to the nonsense, Lauren, this is a 2.5-minute clip from the Breakfast Club. And if you just ate, I mean, you may just want to just watch it because you might throw up. Listening to this sheer ignorance from Florida Congressman Byron Donalds. All right, folks, roll it.
Are we thriving? Is our members in your state?
We're not really thriving right now. This inflation, which by the way was brought to us by Kamala Harris, has really slowed down people from being able to excel.
By Kamala?
Yes.
The vice president.
Charlemagne.
It's still the president.
Charlemagne, listen, man. When Joe Biden wanted to do his American Rescue Plan, Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate. She broke the tie that started this inflation that has hurt so many people in our country. Everybody listening to your show. It's not true?
First of all, it's true that it's a tie-breaking vote.
You sure you want to go there?
When you go outside, Congressman, when you go outside,
you sure you want to go there? Okay, let's go there.
You had it pretty
got notes. You got notes, Angela, right?
That's fine. I have notes too.
I'm gonna give it to Charlemagne.
Note I have today
I'm gonna give it to Charlemagne.
is that on every question I've asked,
because Angela, hold on now.
For every infrastructure project in your community,
you can go to
should go out and thank Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Congress that voted for the American Rescue Plan.
Angela,
that's what should be happening.
Larry Summers wrote an op-ed back in 2021. Larry Summers was the Treasury Secretary for Bill Clinton. He was an economic advisor to Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. He said that the American Rescue Plan that Joe Biden wanted, that Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate, would create a massive inflation that we have not seen in a generation. Well, guess what? Larry Summers was correct. You know who also was correct, Angela? I was, because I was in the Budget Committee when they brought the bill. And I said in that committee, it's going to cause massive inflation. That's what happened. So the problem we have in our economy today is that prices have gone up massively. Wages adjusted for inflation is down. People's pocketbooks are hurting. But we have a presidential election in 40 days. So, and I'm going to ask Envy this question. Envy, you're in the housing business as well. I know because I listen to the show. Interviewed. No, I'm just asking them a question. Chill, Angela. So I listen to the show. I know you do a lot of business in housing. Mm-hmm. Would you hire somebody that broke up stuff in one of your houses to fix the other houses?
No.
Exactly. She broke the economy.
I'm not going to do this morning, Byron.
Why are you not going to do this, Angela? Because I'm bringing facts. Hold on now. So now I'm bringing facts and you don't want to do it no more? Come on now, Angela. That's not right.
So, Lauren, here's why that's stupid. So he's quoting Larry Summers for what he wrote in 2021.
Right.
But what he left out was Summers coming back saying, "Shit, I was wrong."
That's
the same Larry who said we need higher unemployment to lower inflation.
Right.
When Jon Stewart interviewed him, he had to admit, yeah, I was wrong about everything.
Also, did you catch the part where Angela brings up the American Rescues Plan money helping people in Florida in Byron Donalds' district, and he brings up Larry Summers? Because, of course, she's right about that. And this is the problem when you have liars on your platform. You've got to come in and interrupt them really fast. You can't let them run and talk really fast. I mean, these people all go to the same school of communications. They think they can talk really fast and then top the moderator and just keep going. And unfortunately, Angela was not physically in the room, because if she had been, she would have been able to stop him a lot easier. But platforming these liars is a mistake. Shout out to Keith Boykin last night, who actually put the stopper on Byron Donalds, because he's a pathological liar. He's the consensual manservant of Donald Trump. That is who he is. He wants some little ambassadorship or some little cabinet secretary position. And that's
Hold on 1 second, Eugene, go ahead.
The thing is this, right? But the other side of that coin is what Byron Donalds has been saying on air every single time he goes out and takes and tells these talking points, is that he doesn't care about his constituents. He doesn't care about his voters. He doesn't care about his residents. He doesn't care about the citizens of Florida, the residents of Florida. He doesn't care. And he would much rather see people die, because the American Rescue Plan literally rescued citizens in his state and his district. Right. He would much rather see people die to get Donald Trump elected.
That's right.
He would rather lie and see people die to get Donald Trump elected.
And we're coming off a week of a hurricane.
And they're coming off a week of a hurricane.
But the thing here, Greg, again, when they start going down this particular road, how they kill the economy. Again, it is a fundamental lie. The reality is, the data is very clear that the United States government, United States, has actually recovered faster than every other industrialized country. You also can't deny the reality of price fixing. There was an actual trial where the largest egg producer in the country admitted to price fixing. You've had other cases of price fixing. You've had corporations that were touting record profits, and all of a sudden, when they start getting their asses kicked PR-wise, they start announcing, hey, we're going to start lowering prices. Target, Walmart, Amazon, everybody. It's amazing how they started lowering prices in the summertime because they were getting criticized. And so this idea that, how they kill the economy, how do you inherit 16+% unemployment, an awful economy, you put it back together, and things are so bad? And so again, what they keep touting is how things were just amazing and wonderful in 2017, 2018, 2019. Okay, we're gonna leave out 2020, we're gonna leave out 2021, when in fact, Donald Trump was handed on a silver platter, which he's used to getting, a thriving economy from Obama, Biden. That's actually what happened, because we went through all that pain in 2009, 10, 11, and started turning around in 12.
Yeah. I mean, what's the gap between facts and reality? What I mean by that is, this is another federal election, and it's going to be decided in large measure by vibes. Yeah. In other words, vibes. In other words, Byron Donalds understands. This pick me. I love what you said, sensual man. He understands. The lie is what triumphs over everything if you talk about a margin. Think about it. You've got a presidential candidate whose mind is deteriorating, who's clearly not well, who is inventing characters and talking at the... And so what did the Silicon Valley boys, Peter Thiel and them do? They made him take J.D. Vance, because that's going to be their... Don't be surprised if Trump wins the 25th Amendment vote within 6 months. He's the Manchurian candidate as far as I'm concerned. Donald Trump is just a delivery system. He was a signing pin his first term. They didn't get it together. Project 2025, they tell the whole world. So when they run this Boston, we try to tell y'all, but I'm saying their strategy now, they dropped all pretenses. Let's just go with the straight lie. Tonight, there's major overlap between Democrats and Republicans on foreign policy. The Israelis just got hit with damn near 200 bombs from Iran. Right. J.D. Vance is going to hang that around Tim Walz's neck like a lei. And Tim Walz doesn't have an answer. Why? Because the Democrats and Republicans are the same when it comes to Israel. He's going to straight lie again. He done thrown his wife. Your wife's Indian, but you anti everything but white.
Right.
If Walz is smart, he will punch him in the face. You're not only a hillbilly, you write an elegy for this hillbilly. You threw the poor whites under the bus. At this point, it's a bar fight. Facts don't matter. When the other side has decided, I'm just going to straight lie and catch this vibe.
And the thing, Randy, is, look, their supporters accept lies. I love it when they start complaining about, how the cost of living is just so much better and it's cheaper to live in red states. It's kind of like, yeah, because you're also broke as hell. And so Steve Ratner posted this graphic here that shows the dependence of red counties on the government compared to Democratic counties. Exactly. And this is one of those things where, again, where Democrats got to be smart to say, okay, since y'all keep bitching, why don't y'all send the money back? Yes. Since y'all hate California, since you hate New York State, since you hate New Jersey, since you hate Illinois, since you hate all these blue states, no problem. Since y'all want to live on your own, send all that damn money back that y'all keep getting, because South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and I love all the Republican governors who be talking about all the surpluses they have. It's like, your ass got a surplus because of all that federal money you got under Biden-Harris. That's how you got big surpluses. Greg Abbott, Brian Kemp, Ron DeSantis, Bill Lee.
They're always talking about welfare, but they are the biggest welfare recipients. Right. They're always getting aid. Right. And that is why, just like you said earlier, it's important that the Democrats put what they've done forward, because we have short memories. Americans don't remember. It's almost as if COVID did not happen. They don't remember where we were. We thought we were on the verge of destruction at one point. And they pulled us out of it. Biden-Harris pulled us out of it because I thought it's over. And what we're seeing now is corporate greed. And people don't seem to remember what we came from, where we could have been, and where we are now. So it is important that they start to fight back, because people do remember the lies. Yes. We do remember, because the Republicans are very good at getting those zingers, that quick statement that will be, and they will put it everywhere tomorrow. Because it's not as if people are reading the facts. They're not looking at those charts.
No, they're not. This is right here. Again, Ratner put this up. They've been talking about Trump's behind the drill, baby, drill. 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, we were net oil exporters. I said net oil importers. 2023, we're oil exporters. The United States is actually producing more oil we ever have in history, but these fools, Biden-Harris, they've been killing drilling opportunities. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And this is, I think the problem, I think the overall problem, anybody can jump in with this here, that Democrats have is they keep playing by a set of rules. Yes. In a game that no longer exists.
Can I just quickly say, Trump to them is a deity. He is God, and so he doesn't have to have facts and stats. That's right. What the Democrats need are facts and stats. Because if Trump says it, they believe it. They just outwardly believe. When he said I could shoot someone on the street and still get votes, he was accurate. That was one of the truest things he ever said, right? And so what we need to understand is that we need to tear down his facade, this what he's created, and take the halo that some people, I don't see how they see it. Because if all that has happened to him, this man is a criminal, essentially. Right. And people still believe in his truthfulness and veracity, then that we have to tear at that.
But Eugene, when I say play by, you gotta throw it out. You can't stop. You just gotta say that's a lie. That's you just can't. You can't dance.
Right. Let me tell you why I jumped out there and to be chair of Black Republicans for Harris, because I see this completely different than the campaign does to a degree. Trump gets out there and says the Haitians are eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. We need somebody on Miami radio rallying the Haitians. We need somebody calling the Wyclef and say, hey, you probably should get your ass up and do something about Trump coming out here and
it ain't like you got Lauryn Hill Fuji store.
That part.
You got some spare time.
You see Trump talking about that he wants to limit votes in Detroit, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. Yeah. Well, you probably need to have somebody in the ground, maybe putting a call in to maybe a 21 Savage or Meek Mill, say, hey, listen, rally black men here and get them out the vote. Because if you think that Tyreek Hill, as a starting wide receiver of the Miami Dolphins, can be thrown on the ground, knee on his neck like George Floyd, on the outside of the stadium, what the hell do you think going to happen to you under Donald Trump when police have total immunity? Those are the type of arguments that people like me can make, that the campaign will make.
Hold on. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say is they're not going to listen to that advice because.
But that's why I jumped in the game.
But what I'm saying is they are still chasing those phantom white voters, the Bill Clinton and the DLC and all them. You know, you need Jimmy Carter to de-age by 30 years, maybe. But
it was sort of like I was watching. It was first of all, it was a clip because y'all know I don't watch CNN, and it was one of the polls that he was talking about. Oh, how Trump is getting unprecedented union support, even though you have this administration is the most pro-union presidency in more than half a decade. And I'm sitting here going, y'all just want to skip over the white part?
Right.
And I literally have been responding, and all the people like, I just don't understand what's going on. I'm like, even David Sirota was complaining about, well, when the Democrats going to learn the lesson? And I tagged him back, David, when you going to start talking about the white part of union workers? The reality is, when you have a president and a vice president that save the pensions of 600,000 Teamsters, and they punk asses are still scared to endorse Harris Walz when they save your asses, when you have right now longshoremen striking in October today, let's be real clear. Okay, y'all, we know who y'all doing it for. When you have white union workers in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, in these states, their whiteness is what's driving it, not their pocketbooks. You literally cannot find in the last 50 years a president or a vice president that has been as pro-union as these two, and you're a union worker and you're confused as to who you want to support. No, that's called whiteness at work. And mainstream media, because it's mostly white people, don't want to deal with that. Let me go ahead.
So yesterday, amidst Trump's regular litany of lies, he said that the governor of Georgia was having a hard time getting in touch with the president. Yes. And he said that the administration had failed to reach out and was not helping North Carolina. And then the governors of both of those states refuted the lies that were told by the president, by the former president, and President Biden did something about that. Because Roland, you said,
and in fact, hold on, all right. I mean, Biden cut right through it. Hold on. All right, listen.
That's right.
Has accused both of you of ignoring the disaster.
He is lying. Let me get this straight. He's lying. And the governor told him he was lying. The governor told me he was lying. I've spoken to the governor, spent time with him, and he told me he's lying. I don't know why he does this. And the reason I get so angry about it, I don't care about what he says about me, but I care what he communicates to the people that are in need. He implies that we're not doing everything possible. We are. And you spoke to the governor. I assume you heard the Republican governor of Georgia talk about that he was on the phone with me more than once. So that's simply not true, and it's irresponsible.
He says it's a lie. They put out in their social media the clip of him saying it's a lie. The vice president, the campaign side reposts, and the official reposts it. I'm just wondering how many of us with platforms reposted it?
Oh, because of course, I did it and we played it.
No, but because what we're saying is, and to everyone who's watching, that they need to do a thing. And I guess my pushback is, yeah, and they are. So like today, when Trump said, couldn't even read the notes.
Exactly.
The campaign immediately puts out a clip of him doing it, calls him feeble, and I think that that is a good attack route for them because, as you said, tearing down the deity, tearing down who people think the Godhead is. And I think the reason why we're seeing so many Republicans supporting this campaign and why the polls, no matter whether you like the polls or you don't, are so much closer in a Harris campaign and growing all the time is because the attacks that they are taking are effective and we have to get behind them. It's not because the campaign doesn't have a good strategy.
The Democratic Party is terrible at joint communications. That union thing with the Teamsters, all the Democrats should have blown them up and nothing happened. That routinely happens. It can't just be the campaign.
Right.
There's over, obviously, 200 Democrats in the House that could have been doing the same messaging. They never do it. They don't
But you would find that they actually do, though, Lauren, and I think that that is part of it. Like, I meet a lot of people. You're in you're in journalism, though. I know so many people who ask me every day on the show or just on the street, how do I find out about this? How do I find out about this? And I'll ask a simple question like, you're on Instagram. Are you following Kamala Harris on Instagram? Are you following the Democrats, if you're an old geezer, on Facebook? Where are you? Because all of the information is right there. Like, I had people of means ask me to create graphics that were already created. I'm like, sure, I don't mind doing it. Hell, I just went, pulled them up, sent them. Because it's one thing to say that something is not happening. It's another thing to say that we are not the wind behind the things that are happening. I think I'm too close to November 5th to be pointing fingers. I expect for us to create results unless what we are saying during the time that we have the generous benevolence of your audience is better used telling the campaign and the Democrats what they should do. I would prefer to tell the voter what they need to do in their community.
So one second. So the reason, no. So the reason, the reason I'm making this point, about in terms of what they have to do more, because it also speaks to the ecosystem. So what Lauren is talking about, she's absolutely right. What you have is, you do have message discipline on the Republican side.
Big time.
I mean, it is amazing to me. I do the same thing. I look at some of the stuff and I'm like, what are y'all doing? For instance, if I sit here and see that the vice president puts out her plan, I'm trying to figure out how easy it is for me to see the same damn graphic, grab it, repost it, and then I look at some of these House members who act like they literally can't grab this, like they can't post this here, and because what the Democrats also, what progressives don't have, and I talk about it all the time, they do not have. They have refused to properly fund a digital media ecosystem, and so one of the reasons they also get crushed is because they think, oh no, we got the New York Times, we got MSNBC. I'm like, no, you don't. They're operating by a whole corporate media standard, journalistic, blah 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 blah. I'm like, that ain't yours. You actually have to fund this. Whereas what conservatives have, look, Fox News is 100% in line. Exactly. Then you've got conservative radio. First of all, you ain't gonna find no opposite voice on any Salem broadcast, and that's why Laura Ingraham and all of them are going crazy right now. That George Soros bought one of the radio stations that was actually bankruptcy, so the FCC approved him acquiring 200 stations. First of all, Soros ain't flipping these 200 stations to progressive radio stations. He's not. That's a business decision. But there's a reason why they're freaking out. They're freaking out because they're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen if Soros all of a sudden do what we did with Sinclair, do what we did with Salem, and start saying we're gonna start kicking out progressive content. That is their greatest fear. And I'm like, the Democrats, hello.
And that feels like a memo goes out.
Real quick, Lauren.
Oh, a memo does go out. Eugene, go ahead, then we'll go to Rick.
Goes out. But think about the ecosystem, right? And at the peak of conservative media ecosystem, you would go from Breitbart, Daily Caller, Fox News, whatever little rinky-dink network over here, start back over at Breitbart, and now you didn't create a whole ecosystem of now conservative superstars that are now amplifying almost any upstart candidate overnight.
Well, remember, it used to be Drudge.
It was Drudge for a while. It was Drudge for a while.
For a long time.
But then Breitbart just came in.
Well, first of all, Drudge hates Trump. Yeah. And I can tell you, and I can tell you, when I was at CNN, every producer, they woke up and went to Drudge first. Oh, absolutely. And there were several times.
I still do.
There were several. First of all, the website sucks. I can't look at that.
It's simple.
I can't look at that. I can't look at that pre-AOL Netscape website. But the thing here, every producer, morning show, midday shows, primetime shows, would do Drudge. I remember several times they would hit me up and they would want, hey, we'll discuss this tonight. And I was like, where y'all get it from? I'm like, I'm not talking about that bullshit, because there were two or three times when I said, that's a lie. I'm like, I'm telling y'all, that story is a lie. I remember they put out one lie. They said that that was massive dissension in Harpo, and Oprah was on the brink of having Sarah Palin on her show. And I was like, oh, I know that's a lie. And I was like, Sarah Palin ain't gonna come near Oprah Winfrey show, because when Oprah endorsed Obama, she said point blank, there would be no other candidate on the show, and he didn't actually come back. So I was like, I know this is a lie. But again, that's one of the things that they did. They would concoct these stories, put it out, mainstream would pick it up, because Christopher Rufo even talked about it. I'm gonna go to Rebecca then Scott. Rufo talked about it. Their strategy is very simple. They said, our goal is to get it picked up by mainstream, and once mainstream picks it up, we're good. But that's their strategy. Rebecca, go ahead.
So, look, we're about, 37 days out.
No, but shit is 35.
35.
Early voting.
Yes. So we're 35 days out. So going back to my time as a campaign manager, at this point, everyone's tired. One thing that we know, almost every op-ed in every major newspaper, all that's filled between now and Election Day. They're no longer taking op-eds anymore, right? We know that most of your media buys are at complete saturation. There's no more media to buy. When it comes on the digital side, you're about at saturation. There's no more time that you could literally buy. You could have $1 billion and throw it into the race. There's nothing that you could do with it. The only thing you could do right now is talk directly to voters.
Yes, ground game.
The ground game. And so the reason why we're giving advice to the campaigns who support democracy and who want to listen to us is, bottom line, there's still things that they can do. They could turn on the spigots. They can increase money and resources to different groups on the ground. So in Milwaukee, Block is well known on the ground with connecting to people, getting them to turn out to vote, connecting them to issues. It's groups like that who are ready, willing, and able, if you give them resources, so then you could actually start pushing out turnout. And then for the people that Monique is referring to, great. It's great to share things on social media, but we need to make sure all of us are taking +1 to the polls. Are you talking to people in your daily life and encouraging them to vote? I remember in 2018, I was in Atlanta at a mall. It was GOTV weekend for Stacey Abrams. Friday, it's literally 3 hours until early voting is getting ready to be over. The person who's helping me at the mall, I asked her, hey, are you registered to vote? Well, yeah. Are you gonna go vote? Well, no. I said, why aren't you gonna go vote? Oh, well, I said, you know, Stacey Abrams is on the ballot, right? Well, yeah, but she got it. She don't need my vote.
Of course. Nuts.
So in your everyday life, as you're going about your day, the one thing you could do is talk to voters and encourage them and literally tell them, hey, go vote. I was in an Uber, and I asked my Uber driver, are you registered to vote? Well, yes. Do you have a plan to vote? Are you going to wait till Election Day? Are you driving people around? What's your plan? Oh, what's your voting issue? What is it that you care about? So now is the time to compel people and to get them out to the polls, because in many jurisdictions, you can vote now.
I think you ought to be making a list of people, 10, 15, 20 people, and getting them to the polls. I'm working with a group right now who's investing in buses in the battleground states to just finance the buses and an operation to pick up people and drive them to the polls.
Where it's still legal to do so.
Well, okay, absolutely. What they haven't told me is not illegal. But it's even simpler than you said on social media. And that is, if you follow the Kamala Harris campaign, they send you issues, news. They send you what Trump said.
All of it.
Graphic. It says, repost this so the world knows, right? Whether you got 200 people or 20,000 people, and all you got to do is push a button. And just repost it. That's all you have to do.
But the point that Rebecca made, Rebecca made, and this is where I think also we actually have to go beyond the campaign. And I ain't got a problem saying it. So last couple of weeks, I sent emails to House Majority PAC, Senate Majority PAC, DCCC, DSCC, Future Forward PAC. What is it, American Bridge, 21st Century, whatever.
Super PACs.
And to one, what's your black plan? What's your black plan? What's your black media plan? What are you putting money on the ground? Because if you go to opensecrets.org, you'll see how much money they're sitting on.
Yep.
These PACs right now, this is October 1st, these PACs right now are sitting on $400 million. Okay? They're actually sitting on
Not the campaign.
Not the campaign. Not the campaign. These are the folks that have gotten donations supposedly for the campaign. And so, and I ain't got a problem because again, they punk asses ain't been responded. So when I look at for instance, when you look at Future Forward, I sent an email to Future Forward, to 21st Century Democracy PAC. The guy with Democracy PAC, Michael, literally hits me right back. We're on the phone 10 minutes later, and he lays out to me what their spending has been to Black PAC, Color Change, Black Men Vote PAC, Black Voters Matter Action Fund, Working Families Party, Care in Action PAC. He lays it all out. Future Forward, we're now 2 weeks. No response. No response at all. And so Chauncey McLean for Future Forward, you go to their website, there's no phone number. Okay, so Chauncey McLean, I'm talking to you. There's a brother, Adisu. Let me pull up his full name. Matter of fact, you know what? Since y'all want to sit here and play games with me, because I've been emailing their asses. Yes. No response whatsoever. When I say no response, and I'm going, so now the DCCC hit me back, laid out to me what their spending plan was. I got a meeting with the DSCC. Met with Majority PAC today. The Senate Majority PAC dude was playing games, not responding. Then a couple of labor leaders hit his ass up yesterday at 12:32. He emailed me at 12:37. So I'll be meeting with them tomorrow. Because see, I try to remind these people, y'all think y'all can ignore me, but I also know people. And so they got hit up. And so, yeah, I'm about to pull his ass up. So, and again, now here's the crazy thing to me. This brother here, he actually ran Cory Booker's campaign. Yeah. He was Cory Booker's campaign manager. And so, this him right here, pull him up. Oh, he's on the email. I've been emailing, and he ain't responded one time. And y'all, hell yeah, he's still with him.
Okay.
No, his ass still with him. Okay. Now, email ain't bounced back.
No, but 50 plus 1 strategies.
No, you see, let me explain something to you. See, all these people, here's the money game. No. See, here's the money game. Here's the money game. Everybody and mama got their own separate little things, and so they kick money here, they kick money here. Mm-hmm. And all I did was ask very basic, what is your black-owned media plan? Are you using black media companies? Are you political shops like Liquid Soul, like Fuse, like Carol H. Williams? Are you putting money on the ground? That's basic ass questions. No response whatsoever.
The most dangerous question that you could ever ask these people is what percentage of the spend is going to black firms, period, end of story. What amount of money? I guarantee you the room will go silent. Okay, we're talking millions and millions.
Like, look right here.
$500 million came in.
Look at this here.
It should be something,
Here's the story right here. Harris Super PAC president says internal polling numbers are much less rosy. The story is August 21st, 2024. And so he's quoted, Chauncey McLean of Future Forward USA, told a panel hosted by the University of Chicago, Institute of Politics, blah, 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 blah. Let me find this photo. Y'all come back to us. Because, and the reason I'm calling these people out is because literally I just been asking because the point you made and the point you made, that's really the issue right now. You can't buy more television ads. Right. But everybody watching can understand that's how they make their money.
Yep.
Right.
They make their money off TV
and it's
buys.
at the top.
And
they
also,
don't want to. They take the percentage. So wait. I might not get another contract at this, but the way this works, right? Let's say Super PAC A decides I'm going to spend money on TV. They'll hire a consultant that'll make the ad buy. The consultant will take their 15, 20, 25%, sometimes more, off the top, and then the rest of the money actually go to the ad buy.
Also,
but the important part is this, and this is why this conversation is important. You're right, the TV's saturated. The pop radio saturated. You know, the traditional media saturated. But black-owned media typically has virtually limitless inventory. Right. You know, you want to hit young black women and turn them out in key battleground states and places. Organizations like My Body Pack are ready and willing to just press play.
Listen.
These organizations are there.
We in with black men. Literally, we got folks ready to go press a button. There are numerous on the ground, but when you talk about also, there are a lot of in North Carolina, Georgia, those rural places. You have these smaller gospel stations owned by different preachers. Okay, you can literally go in and buy all the inventory. This is where you can be shipping people in. This is Chauncey McLean right here. Okay, this is the one who leads Future Forward PAC. Again, no response. No, like not even, hey, we acknowledge your email, we'll get back. No response. But see, he can't even lie because I text his ass. Oh, shit. I got his cell phone number. Oh, yeah, I don't play that. See, when you piss me off, I'm going to show your ass I can be a journalist. So you want to go play games. I text his ass. No response. And I'm sitting there going, y'all sitting on $40 million. Where you going to spend the money?
Right.
Where you going to spend the money? And they have so many other different PACs. And so everybody keeps focusing on the campaign without realizing the purpose of the PACs. I'm in Georgia.
It's to do the job. It's to alleviate the campaign.
I'm in Georgia 2 weeks ago. I'm seeing all these attack ads against Vice President Kamala Harris. And it's the Trump Super PAC. Only one of the ads I saw was from the Trump campaign. I was in Cincinnati last weekend. I'm sitting there watching the game. All these attack ads from the PACs. I'm sitting here going, all right, where are all these Democratic PACs who's supposed to have, who are sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars? How are you not sitting here saying we got to help them win? And I
guess they just gonna leave Angela also Brooks out there spinning in the wind also. They don't have any money to put up in defense of the attack ads that are coming against her.
And again, the Hogan folks have they've dropped some $18 million in attack ads in Maryland because they understand the seat there.
If you're talking to Senate campaign people, ask them about that because that actually is a really good point.
Oh, no.
That's Schumer's people.
No, I meet with them tomorrow, I think. I think I meet with them tomorrow.
The nastiest part of this, right, and we saw it in 2016, if MVP Harris loses this race, the first people they're gonna blame is black folk. No. But the very last people they will invest in is black folk. That's the
objective of these PACs is for individuals to make money.
Exactly.
And because when you talk about, because again, it's amazing how when you email these folks, you like, I don't know what this, like everybody and mama got a different firm. Yeah. If you go to the 21st Century Fund website, it's a Google phone number. I called it. It's a Google number. It ain't even a real ass number. And so what they're doing is, and part of the deal here is, and this is also part of how the donor system works. You got these white donors who are like, oh, we're only going to deal with these people, these strategists.
There are donors that say that they want the money to go to certain firms.
You want my donation?
Okay.
You work with this
person. You want my donation, it goes to this. By the way, that Jasmine Wright story in Notice.
Which is why.
Jasmine Wright story in Notice. Did a good job.
But here's the thing.
What?
We're talking about money in politics. If I'm a billionaire and I'm going to put money in politics, I want it to go where I want it to go to.
I'm talking about 50,000. Somebody saying, I'm giving 50,000. I want it going to this firm.
Yes. So
that happens all the time.
I'm using,
and that's unlikely to be a black firm. So unless your candidate or your campaign manager says to people, we are investing in these people. You need to have a Ron Brown character in this story, or it will not happen.
Hold on, Rebecca, go ahead.
But Lauren, I'm also being a little using a little hyperbole here too, right? 50,000 people who max out and get, was it $926,000 is how much you could give to all of the Democratic, across all the committees this year, right? We get it. So for those people, but there's an option to this. There's also campaign finance reform. And if you have campaign finance reform, you're gonna have more black candidates. You're going to have more black candidates who have the ability to compete. The thing is, we're trying to play at a system that was never designed for us. So if we're playing the money game in politics, we will never keep up.
Campaign finance reform.
There is a section of we that is playing it and playing it very well. And they are very quiet right now.
But
they are doing very good work, and they are very well funded right now. And that's why they're not complaining.
But this is also why.
It's boom or bust.
But this is also why I think.
See them next year.
But it's also why I believe when you are when you're having this battle, you also have to be willing to, when I say go as hard as you possibly can. So last year I was in Georgia when a group of black activists were meeting, and it was March? It was like March. And when I spoke, I said, they were like, well, what do you think the demand should be? I said, 500 million. Everybody looked at me like, the hell did he just say? I said, 500 million. Then they were like, whoa, hold up. I said, okay, $9 billion was spent on the political campaigns in 2020.
Yep.
I said, it's probably going to be 11 to 12 billion in 2024. I said, if you say the demand should be spending for black grassroots organizations, and I told them, I said, then they were like, well, we're concerned about black-owned media. I said, no, I don't need you fighting black-owned media. I said, I need you fighting on what you fighting on. I said, 500 million. I said, if you're gonna have a campaign that's gonna be spending 10, 11, 12 billion dollars, and you have to turn out black people in critical states, I said, the number's 500 million. I said, y'all need to make this demand public in June.
Yep.
I said, public, not privately, not quietly. I said, you need to make it clear. I don't know. I said, okay, I'm telling you right now, you're not gonna get it if you don't make the public demand. I said, and you have to make the public demand because what you gotta understand, it's called a shot across the bow. They must understand now. So they don't have a problem with us yelling, hollering, screaming. They got a problem is when you put a number on it. I said, so you do that now and you say, no, we're real clear in terms of what it's going to take. I said, because what happens constantly, and to your point about Ron Brown, is that the reality is the political infrastructure that was put in place by Ron Brown, Reverend Jackson, Dr. Ron Walters after 1988, it's completely been obliterated.
No question.
Now, folks have gotten mad at me. The Obama people really get mad at me, but I don't care because the reality is it was obliterated under Obama because he didn't need the system.
Right.
I kept saying then, bro, you're only going to be here 8 years. It's some folk coming behind you. The system needs to be in place. It literally has been obliterated. So that thing has to be completely rebuilt.
Right.
So what you're now seeing in terms of, to your point, what we're seeing right now, what do you need in the next 35 days? You literally have got to have, and I was saying this to folks in the campaign in January, I said, you have to understand the black voter in 2024 ain't the black voter of 2014 or 1994 or 1984.
Or 2015.
You actually have to spend 3 to 4 times more money to go after the same black voter because that black voter no longer self-identifies as a Democrat. So that person is saying, I could go this way to the right, or I could just sit my ass at home, which means you don't have to work for that same voter, which means you got to be talking to them, you got to be communicating with them, the ads are not going to work, and so the white strategists, precisely, but the white Democratic strategists, they cannot let go of the old model. But why can't we just hit some black churches in October and then throw some money out on black radio? Because that literally game plan no longer works. And so if Harris wins in November, and I think she does win in November, I absolutely believe you're now going to have a president who knows exactly what I just laid out and who's already made it clear we're not going to be having this once every 4-year fight because that's how we keep losing. She wins in November. they need to immediately in January be preparing for the midterms.
Yep.
Yes.
You can't wait for June 2026.
But we got to get to
But clear out people who don't listen to the
Oh yeah, got to. Absolutely, and they got to be cleared out.
But they got to be fired. That's right. They got to be fired.
You have to clean house, but we also have to recognize what's happening in 2025. You have
New Jersey,
prosecutor
Virginia.
racists. You have you have Virginia. You have New Jersey.
Yep.
Yeah, state
You
legislatures.
have, not every state
Gubernatorial.
legislature.
No,
Yes.
not every. But my point is, every year there's an election.
Yes.
Right.
You have sheriff
We got an election
races.
coming
You
up.
have school board races.
Oh yeah, in a month.
So-
we got to get to that. we talking about what are we going to do in this next month?
But if you are the Democratic Party, you've watched the Republicans for the last 15 years take over school
Absolutely.
boards.
Yep.
There are school board
But
races next year.
Yeah, I understand. And Byron Donalds is kissing ass in part because his funky ass of Moms for Liberty wife maybe wants to be Secretary of Education, which will happen if we don't win in a month. So what are we talking about right now? I mean, in other words, we have to now exercise that strategy. Rebecca, you made this point last time we were here. Early voting. We need to be banking this vote right now. Somebody's watching this. Yes. Do you know when the early voting date is in your state? I think the one you mentioned when we were here for the presidential debate was Pennsylvania.
Yep.
We're in that corridor now.
Yes.
But those
I mean, so
same
this is
people
the thing.
Arizona.
Arizona. It's time to bank the vote.
8 days.
Virginia's
8
going
days.
up right now.
So
Yep.
I will vote.com, guys. I will
What you say?
vote.com.
Those same people who you talk about they need to show the door to when she wins, I take it those are the same people who won't invest in black media and won't invest in our black communities and are chasing the almighty white vote. That is, they're chasing a vote that the Democrats haven't won the majority of white voters since Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Yeah.
So the strategy itself is fundamentally flawed.
Right.
They just refuse to believe that black and brown voters, gay voters, women voters are going to make the difference. Even though whenever the Democrats have won with that coalition.
Right.
And they just ignore the data and still want to go chase that white voter that is going to vote for Trump or vote for the GOP and vote for in the red southern states. It fundamentally is flawed and just makes no sense. And I can only be left with the fact that it's their whiteness that
and they don't
tells me,
care, right?
The most expensive voter to
The
lose.
whiteness is
But
still
they don't care.
more-
They're going to make their
expensive
money, right?
voter to lose
They
is a
got
black
to.
voter.
Yeah, I don't know.
A simple drop off in black voting and black voting population, simple drop off in that 1 to 2 points, losses.
Yeah,
The
but their
most
whiteness,
expensive voters to lose
They
are
won't
black
own it.
voters.
Yeah, but
So
they-
the thing is this. These white consultants are going to have to. They're going to learn sooner or later, right? It's going to either be lost in a critical key race, or somebody winning and understanding, hey, we can't struggle to this ever
But it
again.
doesn't matter, right? They're going to make their money either way. Is that what y'all just said?
Well,
it matters.
no.
Does it matter?
Yeah, because you got to fire the people. I was shocked that she kept Anita Dunn and
She did no, she didn't.
she went to the PAC.
Okay.
She went to the
She doesn't
PAC.
control the PAC.
Okay, hold on.
That was weird to me because why?
No, she didn't keep Anita Dunn. That's a fact.
Where exactly is Anita Dunn
She's
right
not
now?
on the campaign.
She's at the PAC.
She's down.
But she has no control.
That's what
She's the PAC.
Biden sent her there. It was in the statement.
That's the deal that people make when people switch. They usually make staff deals.
Okay, but
so Anita Dunn is not gone. She's in the chain of decision making, and that makes no
but
sense.
She's not in the campaign.
Yeah, but the money is at the
Does it really
PAC.
matter to them, to this class, whether or not they win or lose? If they are going to be fine either way.
Right,
I'm talking about the most vulnerable.
and that unfortunately, when you start talking about a lot of these folks, it is about the millions, and so in many cases it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about here is for our community, how we have to be understanding how the sausage is made in the inner workings.
Exactly.
Because what happens is you can complain every 4 years about, hey, we ain't getting this, but you have to understand the infrastructure and how this thing happens, which means that she wins in November, you have to completely change the infrastructure.
For sure.
So you have that. But between now, to your point, between now and November and looking at this debate here, what really has to happen, this right now isn't even, they can keep yelling, she should be doing more mainstream interviews, she's going to be doing 60 Minutes next week. No, this right now is a pure ground game.
Yep.
This is a pure turnout game. Nothing else means. This is where I was when I was in Cincinnati over the weekend. My brother, he's in Alpha. He was talking about what they're doing. I said, bro, Fred, y'all keep doing voter registration, GOTV wrong. He's like, well, we were at these games. I said, no, why are you at the games? I said, you don't need to be at the games. And he's like, why? I said, go down to the Board of Elections, and I want you to pull the 15 most impacted black precincts. I said it's public data. Yep. And then I said pull 2022 and then pull 2020 and look at how many people voted. If you have a precinct that has 700 people in it and 250 voted, I said that means you got 450 people in a precinct that did not vote. I said you multiply that over 10 precincts, that's 4,500 votes. I said, bro, that's margin of election. I said, we're doing this thing wrong when we keep trying to sit here and do these major events and we're trying to like be at a concert, no. I said, go micro, stop going macro. I said, going macro. I said, literally go where the numbers show you who they are and then say, we're gonna knock on these doors every Saturday for the next month. I said, this is basic tackling and blocking. I said, but the problem is most of these, everybody's trying to do large scale, big GOTV. I'm like, no, this is actually very narrow. So when I was sitting here, so we're gonna be going to North Carolina so I went through the map and I said, okay, we're gonna do the show in 3 cities in North Carolina. I said, then we're gonna do a brown bag in 3 other cities, North Carolina. North Carolina ain't a big ass state. When you pull the map, you literally are zero to an hour from about 5, 6 different cities. Yeah. I said, hell, I drive 45 minutes to come to work. I said, so I could do a luncheon over here, 30, 40, 50, 100 people or whatever. I said, and then we do the show somewhere else. I said, that night, I said, and it's literally a 5-hour difference. I said, but, and then they were looking at, well, we go here. I said, no. I said, how do you maximize numbers? Yeah. I said, and no, I'm not going to West North Carolina, because that's where they keep going. Where have they ignored? East North Carolina. If you studied the 2008 map when Obama won, he went to East North Carolina, where you have your largest black counties. Yep. So if you keep going to Charlotte, you keep going to Raleigh, doing Winston-Salem, guess what? And you completely ignore Eastern North Carolina, you're ignoring half the state. Right. That's why they keep losing North Carolina.
But in each of those locations, the PACs need to be doing what the campaign cannot do. They need to be doing, especially some
I agree.
that's just been hit by
but the PACs won't even return emails, so we know they're not spending money on black people.
Right, but what I'm saying is there should be comfort at every one of those places. These are people who have just gone through catastrophic conditions, and now we just need to vote. Right. And so I think that what you're about to do is a really excellent opportunity, maybe for people who are watching now, to understand where the money actually does convert for black media, because to Greg's point, it does matter from year to year, but what happens is the way they look at press buys is still that old system, right? So they're looking at the number of eyeballs that a particular mainstream can prove that they're getting. Now, Roland's getting more eyeballs week to week, then you can turn on and watch some damn Raggedy Jake Tapper halfway through the show, right? So did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did. No question. And wasn't no lies told.
No lies told, right? But the numbers on digital, the people who are doing that work haven't done their own homework to know what the numbers are on digital, and there's no way right now to convert the numbers to like voter turnout. No. Whereas Black Voters Matter Fund, they can show you what they do with the money. They can show you the way the money turns out voters. They can tell you how it turns out states. So you a fool and I give them money.
Well, I'll give you a perfect example.
Color change, same thing.
When we went to Virginia, Tim Kaine, Mark Warner, they were like to Don Scott. They were like, why in the hell are you bringing Roland Martin in? He said, because this is going to be a margins campaign. He said, y'all don't realize who watched? And then what happened was we went to 5 cities in Virginia. And we knew exactly what 5 to go to. All the candidates who were running, we had them on different shows. They were able to take that stuff, drive it out. And what they didn't understand was, because again, how they think. They still think analog. They were like, well, you know, with 7,500 people there, they were like, yeah, but it was thousands watching. And not realizing they were getting the phone calls, people saying, hey, Don, I couldn't make it out to the event, but I watched it online. Right. And then what happened? They won the House by the margins. And he was like, Frack, he said that helped us win.
And it never stops working for you. Like a show that exists on YouTube, the show we did in Houston where Congresswoman Jackson Lee was there, people are still watching that.
Right. So what happened was, but how it happened with Don Scott in Virginia in 2023, he saw what we did with Warnock in 2022 through 2020. I went back and pulled it. We were with Jamie Harris in South Carolina, Senator Tim Peters, Senator Gary Peters in Michigan, like back to back to back. I couldn't even remember we would hit them damn 3 states in back to back. But the thing, and this people that weren't understanding is the game is we now are in margin elections. Georgia was what, 12,000 votes. Arizona was like 10,000. Even Michigan, Pennsylvania.
16,000.
You now are talking about elections where 10 to 20,000 votes are determining the election. So if you all of a sudden are hitting 200, 300, 400, 500, and then you're doing that 5, 10 different times, and now you're multiplying that, you're not talking about margins. This is where, like even right now, everybody keeps complaining. I saw people complaining. Well, why is it, Tim? Why isn't Walz out there more, doing more interviews? I'm like, cause he ain't doing interviews. I said we've been streaming his rallies. I said they're actually touching people. I'm like, y'all want them to sit down.
Is that the strategy?
Yes.
I think they're going directly for the apathetic voter, which I think is smart. I think Harris is getting what's happening now. The HBCU tour that they're doing.
Yeah, they're
not hitting the largest HBCUs. I find that they're going to some of the smaller ones, which I think is very smart because those are the people who say, yes, I care, but I don't know if I feel like getting out of bed today. They know that they need those voters. So I think they're actually getting what you're saying a little bit. At least Harris seems to get it.
Well, because what you're
There's a huge plan for that. There's a huge plan for all the, homecoming games, all the tailgates, all that stuff. I'm sure that happens all around the country. Go back to the part of the story where the 2 U.S. senators questioned.
No, I'm just trying. And then of course, after they won the House, he was like, "Didn't I tell you?" And then I got a problem. Don Scott told Tim Kaine's people, y'all need to be calling Roland to do the exact same thing. I ain't heard from him. But again, it goes to show you.
There's a built-in contract conversation in all these states, and I specifically know Virginia.
No.
But it's very interesting to me that would have even been questioned at all, because of course, Don Scott is not some effing intern sitting back. He's the Speaker of the House.
No, but it doesn't matter. The reason they question. But the reason
you came in.
Right. But the reason they're questioning because again, what happens is when you come in and you upset the apple cart.
Right.
When you come in and say, no, actually there's a different kind of way we need to be reaching folk, and y'all normal way ain't the way that's guaranteed. And what I'm talking about, this is literally how you're gonna do it. I mean, we know the
same thing happened with
especially.
Yeah.
I mean, I got an 18-year-old freshman in college.
That was my point. Yeah.
Can I get her to sit down and watch something on television at all?
But wait, I'm about to mess you up. It ain't just the youth vote.
It's not just the youth, but I
do you know what?
On their phone when they want to get it, turn it on.
Follow me here. A woman tweeted me and she said, she pulled up our stats and she said, have you seen your stats? I'm like, of course I've seen my stats. She was shocked that the largest percentage of people who watch this show are 65 plus. Yeah. Cause she was like, what happened? I said,
Mama and Papa are on the internet, baby.
You thought older black people not on YouTube.
They got Wi-Fi.
What I'm saying is, the problem is, there's this assumption among all these people that, oh no, if you're gonna reach young people, you gotta go digital. Guess what? Everybody is now digital. It's not 1835.
Different parts of digital.
We've been talking about this over the last month. Micro-targeting. So you all know I lead a national voting rights organization. We're nonpartisan. So the work that we're doing with getting college students to register to vote, to know that there's an election. So literally doing micro-targeting across a variety of states, connecting. So once again, tell them we're trade secrets, but it's not really a trade secret. You literally take the voter file, you connect to social media, see who's not registered, and that's who you target, right?
Yes.
And so on the back end, I'm able to see that students in Texas and in Florida are the ones who have the most impressions, the most clicks of trying to figure out, hey, I'm in this state, bad things are happening, I get to do something about it, so I'm seeking out information. And so you will never hear these national parties or super PACs saying, hey, invest in Florida, invest in Texas, but I'm telling you, I'm seeing what's happening because we're actually targeting these people.
Thank you, GSCC. Right. Thank you for sending money to Texas.
Sure.
Come on, all red.
They
sent a whole lot of money. Hey, listen, I got to do what I got to do. I don't want no more Ted Cruz.
Here's the thing. We sit around have this conversation. It's being broadcast. I've never heard a conversation like this, and I certainly am a big DNC contributor and Democratic candidate.
You're damn sure not going to hear it on MSNBC.
Are you at the $926,000
No, I don't know what I am. But I'm sitting here, one of the few times on this show that
He ain't gonna tell you if he is.
Listen.
Scott at a different level.
Listen, but one of the few times on this show where I have actually listened. And I can tell you.
I know, very impressive.
I know, I've learned something. And I say that all the time.
You made me sit right here, so you're going to be next to you tonight, right?
But if we're sitting around this table and we're reasonably intelligent people, this isn't data that's being hidden from the decision makers, right?
It's not.
So again, here we go again. They're just ignoring it.
Well, no,
Scott, look back. Look at everybody around. Look around.
Yeah, you all have melanin in your skin.
Okay, and so there you go. So the problem is those meetings. It's an inverse of this meeting. Yeah. And then like
mediocre people with mediocre skills.
Oh,
who don't have real black genuine
and let me be real clear.
So they don't know how to
and let me be real
talk
clear.
like
I was in a meeting today. I'm not gonna say with who. And this person said they ain't listening to my ass, and I'm at the table. And this person is a major position. And listen, Mustafa, you've been dealing with all the environmental folks, same thing. Yep. They keep talking about, oh, what's happening with black people, environmental racism. Right. But the reality is, it is white money that is funding all of this. Right. And their whole deal is, we'll be holding to that. But like I keep saying, they keep expecting black and brown to be sharecroppers. And what they don't understand, and the numbers show it, if you keep playing that game, you're not going to get the turnout you used to get, and that's how you're going to be playing with fire. And again, I'm telling you, Future Forward, American Bridge, all these other PACs, if you're not putting that money on the ground between now and November 5th, you're toying with losing.
And the fact is that white people will trust another white person to tell them about black people. Before they trust a black person telling them about black people.
Thank you.
And that's the core of the thought.
To answer your question, to talk about DEI and how DEI shows up in political spending. That's literally what we're talking about.
It's exactly what we're talking about. It's white privilege. And the fact, and when we talk about whiteness and how they trust one another, I mean, a white person can say something. I can go all day about certain issues within the black community. A white person says it, oh my God.
But that's why
listen to one another.
That's why even in my book White Fear, I said this ain't just for Republicans.
No.
The reality is this fear of losing power exists among white progressives. Greg, go ahead.
No, I'm saying
time in this
in about 8 minutes, we about to hit the last debate probably of this.
The last.
Now, we know J.D. Vance is going to ring the cowbell to white supremacy. That's all he's going to do. If Walz acts like he's got some manners, he's going to mess up. Can they build on the momentum that the vice president had when she slapped Trump around by his part, just letting him talk?
No, they can't.
And so what should be the strategy, Walz? How should Walz approach this debate? We got about what?
I think what he has to do is exactly what she did. Remember, she got under his skin.
Yes,
but when I say now, first of all, he's got more brains barely than Trump does. But the reality is, use his own words against him. Right. I think Walz is going to say, you said this about Trump just 4 years ago. You said this about him. He's going to say, you said he accomplished nothing.
Okay.
You said he didn't do anything meaningful. That was you. And that's what you say. Was that not you?
Right.
Because we have you on tape. We have you on audio. Right. Was that not you? Oh, but you changed your position because you want to be vice president.
Because you want to be vice president.
Because to me, that's the only way. Yeah. You have to show the hypocrisy and then pivot to your particular points. And then you say, America, if you would like a liar supporting a liar, J.D. Vance supporting Donald Trump.
Exactly.
I mean, so to me, that's how you have to do it. Go.
Let me go on the record the same way I went on the record the last time. Let me go on the record the same way I went on the record the last time. He needs to be himself.
Oh, yeah.
The same way she needed to be herself. She had a lane. She functioned exceedingly well in her lane. I've watched all of Governor Walz's debates. He knows how to be a good debater. He's in full command of his facts. He's a two-term governor. He knows how to defend his own record. and he's a white man. So he doesn't have the hill to climb that the leader of the party and the leader of the ticket had to climb in her debate against the low moron criminal. He has to go in there and be himself, and he likes to punch, so nobody really has to teach him how to punch. He just had to get a command of a lot more facts about foreign affairs and things like that. But Vance doesn't have those facts. I mean,
the least experienced VP nominee
senior
ever.
person, like when I say senior citizen, I mean senior citizen of the country against a baby moron. And so I think that we're fine if he just does.
But again, if you look at, let's stop on go. If you look at again trend lines, I keep saying what you're seeing is a campaign on the Harris-Walz side that's sort of like a boxer preparing for the match. All these idiots who would say, if the election was tomorrow, Trump would win, and I would go, full election is not tomorrow. What are you talking about? And so you look at how they've been methodically building. You actually see it in the polling. You see it being reflected, how they have been changing it point by point. You see how they close the gap between her and the economy, how they're closing the gap in other areas. Now we'll see how what's happening in the Middle East, the impact there. But the bottom line is they are running the kind of campaign they should be running. Now the point is, how do you hit certain messages that's then going to then drive turnout? That to me is where you are. Ain't no undecideds.
Yeah. Right. And Governor Walz should be talking about the hurricane that just came through, the impacts that are happening in North Carolina, South Carolina, it's happening in Georgia, happening in Florida, and be tying it back to the lack of investments that the Trump administration and all the cuts that they made. That's what people care about because they feel it right now. Because they had people washed away, their home is gone. They're trying to figure out
insurance in Florida.
Right, and they're trying to figure out how am I going to rebuild this? Not only put food on the table, but how am I actually going to have a roof over top of my head?
In fact, that was a great story somebody posted today. The story that was done in 2022, how all of these people moved to Asheville, North Carolina. No. They moved to Asheville, North Carolina to run away from climate change. Literally, that was they were like, yeah, we're really concerned about climate change, so they're moving to Asheville, North Carolina, because we're in the mountains. It's the western part. We're not near the ocean.
It's a bunch of New Yorkers.
And now they're like, oh damn, we got wiped out. In the western part, the most western part of the state, the furthest away from the ocean, and then they realize, that climate change can hit you anywhere in the state.
Anybody can get there. And they got to talk about, so the Biden-Harris administration has an excellent story to talk about the sets of investments that they've made and projects that have come out of it so far. Still a lot of work to do. The other part of it, and I don't understand why Democrats haven't continued the messaging around Project 2025, because everything, Vance, actually, his relationship with the Heritage Fund is bosom buddies. He's actually, great friends with the founder who's there. But the thing is that no matter what they bring forward, all you got to do is go back to Project 2025 because everything in there is about weakening America, definitely about weakening what's going on in black communities. So all you got to do is keep going back there. But for some reason, folks hit on it for a little bit and then it just allowed
it sort of died out after the convention.
It did.
I still hear about it.
No. It was up to the convention. It was from the moment Taraji brought up the BET Awards through the convention, it was hot and heavy. But they, in many ways, backed off. And the reality is, that was significant. It was the traction on TikTok, the traction on Instagram was crazy. And so you're absolutely right. That needs to be rekindled. Go ahead.
But Roland, I think tonight the audience isn't us. Thinking about CBS, we know what's on CBS.
Older white people.
Stereotypical Midwest, right? Middle America. Y'all know I talk about I'm from Nebraska. Tim Walz, also born and raised in Nebraska. He's actually perfect for a CBS audience.
That's who watch all them procedurals on CBS.
Yes, it's Nebraska. So if he shows up with some prairie populism, talk about what he did as a governor, I think he's going to do just fine. And he's going to be able to contrast very nicely against J.D. Vance. Because J.D. Vance comes across. J.D. Vance has such a disdain for the CBS crowd.
Come on.
So I think if Walz really leans into that tonight,
he needs to make that point.
That's the point he needs to make. It's not going line by line, you're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar. That CBS crowd doesn't want to hear that.
Yeah, but he still has to punch, counterpunch, and keep him accountable on his lives. whether it's the Haitian comment about eating dogs or the women cat ladies
Oh,
if they're not invested.
It's going to be a whole, listen, you're going to think Tim Walz is a woman tonight.
Right, exactly.
Because it's going to be a whole lot of woman.
He's got to cross.
I'm just letting you know.
It's going to be a lot of tuna casserole.
How many daughters? He have any daughters?
That's right.
Walz going to mention daughters, niece, wife. It's going to be, I got you.
Including
all right, y'all.
It's
Almost time. That's we're about 1 minute away before we go live to the debate. They're getting the folks in place. Of course, as we said, on CBS. And so I'll let y'all know. I got to go. You're over here pointing out like, we got you. We know what you're doing. Trying to tell me what's going on. I got this. I got this. You sit down.
Oh, God.
Folk over here trying. But first, this like a jazz. I see everything. I'm fully aware. There's a monitor right over your right shoulder, Ty. I see everything over your right shoulder. Don't think for a second. I don't know the debate about to start in about 45 seconds.
And don't turn the music back up.
I'm
There are
turning
older people here.
Yeah. Take your hearing aid out. You'll be all right. Folks, let's go to the CBS Vice Presidential debate.
No hearing aid here.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News Vice Presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the Vice Presidential Debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene, and now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. the federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 20, 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you,
Margaret. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, he said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that, too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Here comes the sun. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
CBS News app. Stream now on the free 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 CBS News app.
welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go down.
Yeah, boy!
She's the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and she's determined she won't be the last.
My parents had raised me to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on Person to Person.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right. Look at his outfit. Give me some love, baby.
Up top.
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
All right.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay.
So.
Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with every everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is—
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, As much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with child care and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine. But it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
She's the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and she's determined she won't be the last.
My parents had raised me to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on Person to Person.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
Human remains found this week. There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Look at his outfit. Give me some love, baby.
Up top.
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
All right.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News.
All right, folks, that was the CBS News vice presidential debate between Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Welcome back to our Black Star Network coverage. Joining me for our post-discussion, Lauren Victoria Burke, Black Press USA, Monique Presley, attorney here in D.C., Rebecca Carruthers, Vice President of Fair Election Center, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University, Dr. Nola Haynes, foreign policy expert, Georgetown, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor at the EPA. We have, of course, the DEI disruptor, Randy Bryant. We got a Black Republican right now. He's on the outs. They have kicked him out. Eugene Craig. Winnie Sion, she's with Politicking. So glad to have everybody here. All right, I'm just going to go around, get initial thoughts. I hate the who won, who lost, but just let's just your assessment, what you heard tonight. Mustafa, you first.
I mean, I heard a lot of tap dancing. You know, James Baldwin once said that I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. You saw J.D. Vance trying to normalize very destructive policies, everything from a woman's right to choose to what's happening with the climate crisis, especially in relationship to what's going on with the hurricane right now, and not actually honestly answering people about what the former president's policies were. You know, they played a role in some of the things that we see currently going on right now, both inside of our country and across, you know, and also just whitewashing the things that are going on in relationship to gun violence and not really zeroing in on what needs to happen. So there was a number of opportunities to actually help the American people to have a better understanding of what opportunity looks like and transformation looks like, and I think that it was missed. There was a lot of cordiality that was there, but the one thing that I did not hear is about how you're going to help black folks. What is exactly are some of these policies that are needed to actually help our communities to heal? Now, I know that that's not always what is going to happen in this space, but I think that there were opportunities to at least talk about vulnerable communities so that all the folks, whether you're black or brown or indigenous or lower wealth, that you know that you're seen and heard. And I think there was an opportunity to do that, and I did not hear that.
Lauren?
Yeah, this is one of the worst and stupidest debates I've seen in terms of moderation and questions, okay? We're looking at a situation now where our democracy is on the line. We have a lunatic running for president, right? A guy that just said that he wanted a day of violence just less than 72 hours ago. Today he said something racist about the Congo. And these two people at CBS don't bring any of that up, nothing. None of that comes up. To say that there was no black question is a vast understatement. Obviously, the job of J.D. Vance was to look like a normal human being because he's a right-wing lunatic. So he needs to look like a normal guy, like the dude next door, which of course he's not. So his abortion answer was laughable. It was crazy laughable. Of course, the constant attacks on the vice president because he wants that to play over and over again, which is why these people don't want any fact-checking. Because if you fact-check these people, it's game over. Their entire strategy is to lie and lie and lie on the air and amplify it, have millions of people see it, and just do that over and over again. And of course you win in that environment. For CBS not to have fact-checking is an absolute disgrace and an embarrassment to journalism. It is not journalism. It's nonsense. You're amplifying a liar, and you're rewarding these liars when they come back again on your air again and again and again.
Noah.
Okay.
Okay, so amen. You just preached the whole sermon just now. Honestly, first of all, J.D. Vance did not answer one question. Not one question. He is a slick oil salesman, and Tim Walz is not. Tim Walz is honest. He's earnest, and he was up against a very slippery character, and that's what I saw. It wasn't about, oh, J.D. Vance did better on the foreign policy questions or he's winning. That is not what I saw. I saw someone who did not answer one question, who made everything about the vice president, can I clarify, who is not the president. I mean, listen, if he want to manifest vice president to be POTUS, okay. I'm with that. If you want to manifest her being a president, she is not the president. And that man kept saying over and over and over, Harris policies, Harris. She is not the president.
How the government works.
Exactly. It was insane. Right. It was insane. But it lands on certain people. It lands. They knew what they were doing in terms of talking to certain demographics, right? Because you can walk away saying, well, Harris didn't do this, Harris didn't do that. Well, no, she didn't, because she's not the president yet. So I saw someone who lied the entire time, and I saw Tim Walz, who took a minute to try and catch up to this man who he's not used to wheeling and dealing with. And once he got his rhythm, once he understood, what was going on, I think he wound up doing a great job, and I think he did a great close. But J.D. Vance is not normal. That man is extreme to the extremist end. I cannot punctuate that even further. And tonight, like what Lauren said about trying to normalize him, the way that they did that was by him not answering a question, by him giving these broad statements as if Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are normal Americans who just want to work for the American people. Lies.
Eugene.
So look, I think that we got a Midwestern debate tonight. Both of them play to their basis, or what they're chasing, the magical Midwestern-esque, the Pennsylvania-esque white voter. J.D. Vance played to the Trump strategy of, hey, if we can just get one more vote out of every one of these Pennsylvania counties or Iowa counties, we can win this election, and charging deep MAGA. Everything from, we're going to talk about Facebook censorship instead of real issues. Literally every cultural right-wing red meat issue, J.D. Vance made sure he gave it some level of airtime.
Facts.
Tim Walz decided, Tim Walz came across Tim Walz does as a Midwestern white guy, and they're playing up to that white male vote. And I think that's the reason why he wasn't swinging the way we probably needed him to swing. My question and concern is, how does the party that is anti-DEI and a candidate that despises DEI end up with a vice president on national TV with a full face beat and eyeliner?
You said a beat, not a full face beat.
Rebecca.
So you're right, it was very Midwestern. It was tuna casserole versus mom spaghetti, right? Neither was what I wanted to.
It wasn't no damn seasoning on that stage. Well, go ahead.
But they weren't inviting me to dinner. I wasn't the guest tonight. I was the guest in the presidential debate that happened last month. But what's also interesting, I went to White People Twitter. It's a group on Reddit, and I was
White People Twitter. Oh my God,
it's
that shit is funny.
White People Twitter on Reddit. And I was literally reading, what are the white people saying about this? This is clearly targeted towards you. It was themes of, oh, this is very polite. It's very civil. Oh, we like the tone of this debate. So lots of tone policing. So for white people watching tonight's debate, they love this. But also for white people who watch tonight's debate, they also don't like people who are slick. They don't like people who are condescending. They don't like people who are lying and playing in their faces. And we saw one candidate slick, lying, condescending, playing in people's faces. And then we saw another guy turning red in the face and indignant, right? So, white people, the ball's in your court. What are you going to do?
Randy.
Yeah, it was very tuna casserole. It was very polite. I kept waiting for Walz to come out like swinging. But I do think he did a very good job of appealing to his audience. He talked very eloquently about health care. And those are the people who are watching, and how he was going to obliterate, how the Republicans would obliterate what they're having now if you have pre-existing conditions. I thought he did a great job of talking about gun control. And he did a really fine job of asking questions to the American people. He said, do you want your schools to look like this? Do you want these issues in health care? Is this the America we're trying to build? Is essentially the question he kept throwing back to them, and he kept using the word you. So whereas, Vance kind of separated himself and said the American people, I thought Walz was brilliant in that he said you. So I think that he didn't, Walz, I don't know why my blackness in me wants to put that T in that name. Walz, I apologize. That's just my blackness, honey. Walz did a really good job of, I believe, appealing to people in the pleasantness. Of course, I would have loved for him to swing a little harder, but since he was going to keep that tenor, he still did, I believe, what he needed to do.
And also on democracy, I think he did a good job on democracy.
Excellent, yes, an excellent job on that. And bringing up the points, attacking the record of Trump. And that January 6th ending, I thought was excellent. And saying, Mike Pence isn't here, I thought was good. And then when he said, we're not pro-abortion, we are pro-women, that was, to me, the best line of the night. We're pro-women, because that's who we're trying to get, those white women to change and say, we are for you. So yeah, I was overall, if we were going to play nice, he, sipped the tea appropriately.
Great part.
Yeah, man, I think we've all established it. Shout out to CBS for a brilliant example of sane washing, a full-bred nut. Oh yeah, one of my best students, he's now a professor over at American School of Law, Angie Porter's from Rochester, Minnesota, and she told me about Minnesota Nights. I went out there and spoke at the Freedom Fund for them in Rochester, and I saw it up close. I saw it again tonight. I know he's not from Minnesota, but that shit right there was embarrassing. First of all, if I'm Kamala Harris tonight after saying, okay, you made it through, I'm saying, why you let that man call me a drug dealer for an hour and a half and not slap him around? So, you let that fool talk shit. It took 10 rounds of questions, and you shouted at Roland at the end. He went for debate. Finally, for him to punch him around that question of, you didn't say whether you would agree. With the election, of course, Junior Varsity Vance was talking to one man. He's talking to Donald Trump. And that's my man, it's no problem. All them Silicon Valley billionaires, his master, Peter Thiel and them, they just waiting. Y'all win the election, we'll trigger the 25th Amendment, and you're looking at the President of the United States if they get their way, as far as I'm concerned. And he did what needed to happen. Only other thing I would say is that the Project 2025 was good. He got that in. He talked a little bit about that. But that playbook, he could have said the N-word every answer. Immigrants, illegal aliens, I don't care about the law. He did exactly what you say, Eugene. He's talking to his base, and so now we just got to make sure they don't try to steal this election. You'll probably have Greg Palestone between now and the election. His new documentary is a hell of a thing now. They have heard so many voters. You covered that story. Three-quarters of a million voters in Georgia alone. They are setting this up. And so that was some bullshit. Wait.
So they were calling this the Rust Belt rivalry. I thought it was the Rust Belt revisionist history. I didn't hear a lot of truths tonight, unfortunately, and as a Haitian American, quite frankly, I was disgusted with the sidestepping of the question about Haitian immigrants. I started hearing about fentanyl, things that had nothing to do with the xenophobia that have been mudslinging for weeks now, really putting real-life people in danger. And so I think we have to remember the person we're dealing with, as many of y'all have said, is not a normal person. This is someone that would put people's lives in danger and then deny it and say that there was a peaceful transition of power on January 6th. We heard a lot of things that were just frankly untrue. And I think as the American people, we have to hold those parties accountable.
I love this debate. I just thought it was fantastic. I thought it accomplished exactly what it was supposed to do. It wasn't for me, so I didn't go into it expecting to be impressed. I don't, in general, look at these debates and want it to be boom, pound, boom, the way, like, when you watch, Batman, da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Yeah, that was a straight-ass Batman right there.
I'm doing the old Batman. I'm aging myself, because when I think Batman, I think da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Adam West.
Yes.
Same.
And so, boom, Yeah, and so there were a couple of those, but unnecessary, because this was for people who, as Rebecca said, and I'm watching the same thing on my chat, I'm watching him get called slick. I tweeted about it because, and it's not just the makeup, shame on you, Eugene. It's the whole young guy just showed up on the scene, don't know shit, ain't from shit, switches up on everything, kissing Donald Trump's butt. I'm from Texas. We don't like that. The black folks don't like that. The white folks don't like that. The brown folks don't like that. We universally don't like slick.
Yeah.
It's not what we do. Right. The voters who were watching tonight, who also watched the presidential debate, because they're going to look at the numbers and see that there's nobody who was extra interested tonight who didn't watch the first round. So we watched the varsity round, and the person who's leading the ticket did what she had to do. She punched way above class. Like, she went up there and knockout, 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 knockout. And everybody's like, okay, she's in charge. Then here came the JV round, and they don't necessarily know a lot. Like, the foreign policy answers, universally horrible, right? Governor Walz, decent person, looks you straight in the eyes, says exactly what's true, appeal to conservatives with the McCain thumbs up, with the farmers, with the I know how to govern, I know how to lead, I'm still learning the rest of this stuff, I'm gonna tell you the truth. And then we got Slick Rick. And he don't know nothing, and he lies the whole time, and he talks fast. And for people inside the Beltway, some of us get impressed by that. But if you look at these people who are talking, who are voters, that's not true. And I don't think that he really stands for us, and he doesn't believe that. And so I understand, my wrap up, because Roland's looking at me crazy, my wrap up is we might have wanted more fisticuffs, but we decided at the last debate, I decided 4 years ago. We who were thinking about it decided at the last debate. What I love about this is out of the 4 people in this election, there is one leader who is cream at the top, and everybody else is tearing under her, and her running mate is under her. And then there's J.D. Vance, because complete sentences, and then there's the guy under him, who tonight was doing tampon Tim and all caps and tweeting about things that don't have nothing to do with the debate. I can tell by the way he's tweeting what he thought about his running mate's performance, and I agree with him.
So we're gonna do a quick break. We gotta fix an audio issue, and then I'll give my thoughts when we come right back. You're watching the Black Star Network's post-debate coverage of the vice presidential debate between Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. We'll be right back.
Told us who he was.
Should abortion be punished? There has to be some form of punishment.
Then he showed us.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Now Donald Trump wants to go further with plans to restrict birth control, ban abortion nationwide, even monitor women's pregnancies. We know who Donald Trump is. He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice. I won't vote for him again. January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us. Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. and we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger to our troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
All right, folks, welcome back to our Black Star Network post-debate coverage. So here are my thoughts. Walz starts very shaky. He was very nervous. J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance is a smooth liar. And when you have someone who lies that smoothly, he can sound convincing when he's lying. And so I thought, even though initially CBS said they were not going to fact check, I think Margaret Brennan and Nora O'Donnell was like, y'all ain't gonna make us look like some goddamn fools. And so so the fact checking was good. And I appreciate when somebody had the common sense to turn the damn microphones off. They're like, oh, you're not listening to us? Right, kill the damn microphone. So, of course, trash ass Megyn Kelly didn't like it, but then again, she also thinks Santa is white. So what jumped out at me is, I mean, Monica's right, Eugenia's right, in that if you look at audience, Tim Walz isn't, we normally look at a vice presidential pick as being the attack dog for the candidate. But that's not the candidate she picked. She purposely picked somebody who was an attack dog. She could have gone with a Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor. She could have gone with Brashear, the governor of Kentucky. She could have gone with Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina. But I think wanting to have a different appeal, which is why she went with Governor Tim Walz. That's what it was about tonight. He wasn't going to say lie. He wasn't going to attack him. Where I thought what drove me crazy, not one time did Governor Walz say, Senator, you're in the United States Senate. Right. You could have proposed this. Right. You could have pushed this. Mm-hmm. I mean, the conversation tonight was as if he wasn't even an elected member of Congress. So I was sitting there like, okay, you take that opportunity to say that. So I thought that was a miss on his part. Where I think Walz was very strong, first part of the debate, was on the reproductive rights issue. Mm. That's when he sort of got his sea legs. I would say to him, dude, just simply say, I misspoke on the damn Tiananmen Square thing. Right. That long-ass, winding-ass answer, and you like, look, stick and move. That's all you got. Look, if you screwed up, stick and move and get out of it. Now, the strongest part to me for Walz tonight, absolutely, was on January 6th. Now, I think when they go back and look at it, they're gonna tell J.D. Vance, dude, what the hell? They gave your ass an out and you didn't take it. Because he gave the first answer, Walz, then they said, Senator, would you like to respond? And I'm sitting there going, no, do not respond. Tell them, no, thank you. No, his ass took the bait. And then that's when Walz was able to go. He's like, like you can't even say? Yeah. To me, that was a total screw up there. You're right, Greg. Walz was talking to one person. As long as Donald Trump is satisfied, is happy, that's where you have it. So I don't think, I think probably what's going to happen is you're going to see a bunch of media people are going to say, oh, J.D. Vance won because, again, J.D. Vance was smooth with the line. That's what you saw going on right there. But again, Walz was not going to attack him because Walz's strategy tonight was not to focus on Vance. If you look at what Walz kept doing, he kept bringing it back to Trump. Yep. He wasn't going to make it about Vance. Kind of like, okay, yeah, we know you're crazy. Cat Lady, I think, came up one time tonight or something along those lines. So there were so many openings where he could have literally attacked Vance, but he chose not to. So I don't think. I mean, again, looking back, if I go back to 2012 when Obama sucked in the first debate, and then Biden needed to come out and just destroy Paul Ryan, which he did. I just think this is a whole different deal here. And so did Walz lose? No. Did Vance lose? No. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. And so now you move on to October 2nd between now and November 5th, and then what do these other two candidates do? I think that is simply where that's where we go from now. But I certainly do think, though, that for the Harris-Walz campaign, I do think for them, ramping up more of a media strategy over the next 35 days will be helpful to them, even if it's non-traditional outlets, because they're able to get their message out. The one thing that Vance has been very good at, he's done a lot more media than anyone else, and so they're constantly in the news cycle. there have been stretches where Walz has disappeared. Yeah. And so to me, they need to make sure that they're constantly, whatever's happening every single day, whether it's rallies, but whether it's also interviews, to me, that's going to be critical. What do y'all see moving forward? Anybody can jump in.
Vance is in the media because he is so good at just repeating the same nonsense on immigration against the vice president over and over again. And one of the disappointments for me tonight was that Walz knows coming into this debate that he's going to say these things about immigration again and again, which he's been saying for a month. He's been saying
when he's right, it was a total screw up
like,
on the Haitian immigrant deal.
Also realize,
no. What he did was, hold up. What he quoted was, he said immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, they're here legally. And so again, to me, where the miss was, he didn't mention Haitian. And again, what I would have done was to the moderator do it, but I would have mentioned these Haitian immigrants this is where he should have said, Senator, these Haitian immigrants, they're your constituents.
No question.
They're in your state.
Yeah, exactly.
They are working hard. Go talk to the CEOs of the companies in your state and ask them how these workers are. And then that's what he could have said. And I'm sure the 400,000 Haitians in Florida really don't appreciate what you had to say about Haitian immigrants.
But what you said about the Senate.
That was a moment to bring in Florida, mention them 400,000, and then come back into this here.
What you said about the Senate, though, Walz kind of whiffs on. He hit him a little bit, but then didn't come back and hit him again. There was a Senate deal by Republicans.
So,
Trump killed it.
I actually thought he mentioned that, but I actually thought he was going to say, "You're a senator."
Right.
Why didn't you? I mean, I did thought that was going to happen.
Exactly. Senator in favor of the deal.
Right. But
Roland, there's a reason why governors usually don't make the presidential ticket. Yeah. And tonight we saw why.
He was a member of Congress.
He was a member of Congress, but right now he's a governor. As many governors who want to lead this country, they don't know how the campaign is if they're going to lead this country. They want to stay in that pocket, and to be able to be versatile and to talk about the 400,000 Haitian Americans in Florida, knowing that U.S. Senate race right now is very close.
Governors become presidents.
But he actually did it. Rebecca, he actually did it. He actually went local. He actually went local in Ohio about 4 different times. 4 different times he was like, so for instance, the 2,000 jobs in whatever town he mentioned. He actually did it, but I just thought that, and I get it. He's not going to be in the dogfight, but I thought there were some moments there when he could have thrown at least a baby punch.
See, Roland, what you're talking about is strength, and which I come from the perspective where I would have loved to see that. Monique, I know you said you like the folks. See, they did what they needed to do. But see, the American people, we're not the only audience tonight.
Yeah. Right.
We are living in a very, very dangerous world right now. She was watching. Putin was watching, Kim Jong-un was watching. There were a lot of other people watching tonight. And so you're watching the number 2, and you're watching how he's handling this debate over a known liar, over a known snake oil salesman. How are you going to handle him? How are you going to sit in the same rooms, with the Putin and the Xi's? Yep. And here's the interesting thing. Tim Walz, as a governor, has stood up to these people. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He has put forth legislation in his state that said, no, Xi, you are wrong about human rights. Mm-hmm. No, Putin, you are wrong about Ukraine. I wanted to see that person tonight. Mm-hmm. Yes, VP Harris showed up, honey, and did everything that she needed to do. And I wanted to see a little bit more strength and a little bit more of that knockout power for all the things that were mentioned here. The points that should have been made about Haitians should have been stronger. There were at least 3 areas that should have been stronger. And by them opening with foreign policy, the fact that what we are not talking about is how the Trump administration pulled out of JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal that destabilized the region. The fact that that is not the number 1 thing we are talking about tonight irritates me.
And of course it did. Of course that came up.
It came up.
Right, I got you.
Talking about
I got you.
Americans are thoroughly ignorant when it comes to foreign policy.
I understand.
The things that you
You're absolutely right.
I think it's really great that they didn't happen. Like I understand the why that you would want to see that, and we know that he has that. But we are in such an unknown, unfortunately, territory with this woman leading this ticket that I think that
her coming out as the strongest person on foreign policy, the most knowledgeable on foreign policy, the puncher, and I, you know, I want to give him credit that it was strategic, but even if it wasn't, I'm gonna give him credit like it was strategic because he really was putting her name forward, and that's the VP job, right? The other guy, he seemed like he was confused about the job. Like every time he said Kamala Harris has been in and she could have been doing this all the time, I'm like, you don't have to me look like you have no idea what the job is because Americans, I'm a quote Kendrick, hey Drake, they're not dumb. Americans know that the vice president does not make policy.
Well, hold on. No, right, there you go. No. Knowledgeable Americans know that. He wasn't talking to them. He was talking to them clueless ass people, Mustafa. The people who believe the lie the entire time.
Right, and they want to continue to believe that. I think that we have to be careful of overcomplicating this, right? So all the people that I work with, what they know about the vice president is that if the president, for whatever reason, passes away, then this is the individual who then takes over. Yes. So the question becomes, tonight, when you saw these two individuals, who gave you the comfort to know that if something tragic happens, and we know we live in a very violent society, we've seen some of the things that have played out, who is it who could step up and lead? And, you know, folks are going to have to make the decision for themselves.
Keep it real. Vance did a good job of acting out.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Right.
You know, did Walz look like more of a leader?
But I think, wait. So I think we got to keep something in perspective. But we got to keep something in perspective here, right? This is technically Governor Walz's second major full focus on him national television moment. And if I'm Team Harris, and I know that, hey, this debate is our fight for the white voter, I actually probably want him to less strength, remind them you're the guy that's going to be out there for Nebraska football or Ohio State football or Penn State football. If they branded him as this borderline average Joe personality, football coach, come kiss my baby. That you want and you have an hour and a half of presenting him to the world. That if you have an hour, if you have Donald Trump was right. Well, I would say this. I will proffer you this. You will see Saul Trump at a Bama Georgia game. Yeah. But that combination of Ohio State, a Michigan State, a Penn State, that Pennsylvania voter, that Michigan, Kentucky voter, those are the voters that they're going for that are quote unquote their swing voters right now.
What was the first question in this 10-round set of questions tonight? About the longshoreman strike. Yep. Understand that is going to have an outsized impact, like you said before, Roland. Yeah. And the fact that 200 missiles hit Israel today.
But this time tomorrow, we're not going to be talking about the debate.
We can't say that we cannot say that we're not doing politics the same, but then say we need to do politics the same. Because baking the apple pie, you know, to talk about the kind of casseroles we're baking and shucks, oh, geely, wow, golly, wow.
Yeah.
If we're not in a normal political time, then we're not in a normal political time.
But I think that this was tone. It was, again, it was tone. That is, you pick a guy who supportive of the VP, folksy charm, down-home guy, I love guns, I got my dog, all this sort of stuff along those lines. So he did what he was supposed to do. Again, the problem, and again, I think we're all looking at it, you're absolutely right. From a debate standpoint, debates are television performances. Yes. So, and so the reality is J.D. Vance overall in terms of smooth talking, polished, how he answered the questions, people overlook the fact that he was lying. And I think what's going to happen is, I think in the next 4 to 6 hours, and then definitely tomorrow, you're going to see tons of fact checks. You're going to see tons of breakdown on how much he lied, stuff along those lines. You're not necessarily going to have the same large audience, but the other pieces is here. You also do no harm, and that's really where your goal here. Did Walz do no harm? He didn't do any harm. Right. Did Vance do no harm?
True.
Didn't do any harm.
That's true.
But I will. But I will go back to the two issues that came out that were Walz's strongest. Were the two issues that Democrats are focused on: reproductive rights, and January 6th. And the fact that J.D. Vance would not say that Donald Trump lost the election, and gave Walz the opening to hammer him on that. And then Walz, well, can't we just move on? I'm focused on the future. And then Walz brought that shit right back, and he tried to, no, I'm all about the future. No, but you can't even, and he brought the cops up. I think that's going to be the exchange, Randy, that you're going to hear more about tomorrow, that J.D. Vance could not stand there and say, yes, he lost the election, and then we should move on. That's where, and again, I go, if they replay it, they gave him an out, and his dumb ass took the bait, and he ran with it. And that out, again, I think that was Walz's strongest moment, and I think that's where you saw him, you literally saw him, like, did this fool just like, yeah. And that was the moment where I think, so I think, everything, that's going to be a central thing to focus on. Randy, then
That's
Minn.
absolutely going to be a central thing, and it should be. If they're smart, they should focus on that, because what I will say about all Americans, regardless of race, gender, geographic location, they're tired. You know, it's been chaotic. You know, being with Trump was chaotic, and that whole presidency. And then we were embarrassed. It was an international embarrassment to democracy. January 6th was. And so if he's not decrying it, if Vance won't say it was wrong, or we made a mistake, or he's right in it. So no one wants to relive that. We don't want to go through that again. And I think one way that the Republicans are, the tool they use is fear, white fear. And I think that they are scared of a lot of things, but they're also scared of that. They chaos and looking bad. They have this pride that they have. So I think they will focus on that in the next couple of days, and they should. They absolutely should.
Outside of January 6th, I thought that Walz was extremely strong on the ACA. That was the closest he got by calling him a liar to his face.
Right.
Yes.
He was very, very cognizant of the fact that he tried to actively repeal Obamacare or ACA, whatever you want to call it, continually. That was his entire mission of his presidency, was to try to uproot that entire policy. Fortunately for a lot of Americans, he failed. But that was his mission, and that's one of the things that he ran his whole campaign upon. So I think it's really important that Walz actually started to back him down a little bit against that. Again, we didn't see him go hard like we would have wanted to, but he did get the closest to getting hard at that particular moment.
You heard Walz bring up Amber Thurman, and then you heard J.D. Vance say, Amber Thurman should be alive. Go to my iPad. Ben Crump is the attorney for the family of Amber Thurman. They released this statement here. Tonight, we commend Governor Tim Walz for telling Amber's story and for his unwavering commitment to defending women's reproductive rights. Amber's tragic death was a direct result of Georgia's archaic and dangerously restrictive abortion laws, which denied her the life-saving care she so desperately needed. We strongly condemn the Republican platform that seeks to further restrict women's access to necessary health care under the false guise of protection. We are grieving an unimaginable loss that no family should have to endure. We must continue to fight against laws that put women's lives at risk, and we are grateful to leaders like Governor Walz who advocate for common sense laws while exhibiting such compassion. The fight for justice for Amber is a fight for every woman's right to make decisions about her own body and access to medical care she needs. We will not stop until these dangerous laws are repealed and no more lives are lost. Until then, we must keep saying her name, Amber Thurman.
Question about that in that vein, right quick, just for everybody, just very quickly. On that line of questioning, and there were two when it came out, and maybe, like you said, you think, as you said, Roland, this will age well, or will this provide fodder? Because there was a lot of nuance, I would say that. So, for example, on child care, when he said, for example, basically what J.D. Vance said is, I want your Mima and Nana to do this, and we're going to subsidize him. The answers were there. But on this issue, Project 2025, what we were talking about before the debate, when he said national registry, it reminds me of that commercial when the Lincoln Project did, where the cop stops the man and his daughter, and where y'all going, and then get out the car. That national, seriously, and when you read Project 2025, it's absolutely there. That national registry It's exactly it. Freedom papers. No question. We're going to stop y'all from crossing straight lines and put your ass in jail. So maybe does this age better with time? And after this is over, as it gets dissected, there's a lot of commercials that can be made about that.
Well, Vance did a good job when it came to abortion. He did a really good job at hiding his true views on abortion. On the Obamacare issue, there was a line that he said that Trump saved Obamacare. We want to talk about CBS not fact-checking meaning something, right? That was a crazy-ass statement. The two moments in the debate where we saw deep MAGA, deep MAGA, was Jan 6 and ACA. Yeah. Because the Jan 6 flipped it, basically took the veil off of Vance, because he was looking normal there for the first 40 minutes, and then we get to Jan 6, and he can't hide it. He can't hide it. He couldn't help himself.
On how they would protect the people with pre-existing conditions, his answer ultimately was, we already have protection. So to me, the clips are rich. So
and I love this. Well, no. Trump actually strengthened it, and he actually tightened it, and he actually made it better.
I'm not sure that there's do no harm. And I just want to read this one thing on Twitter because it goes to the point that I feel like there are a lot of women indignant about tonight, me included. From Best Calb, Grudge Report. See, comes up. I am an undecided voter. Do I go with the slick eyeliner man who recites his slogans and shouts over women until they have to cut his mic, or the nice man who wants to give us health care? She's got about 10,000 retweets on that right now. There are a lot of people.
Type that?
No. But
who brought up eyeliner? Was it you brought up eyeliner?
No, everybody.
That was your ass. That was your burner account.
But people are more upset about what happened. That was his one like pure asshole flare up, where we had two women moderators. And he had no respect for process, no respect for rules, no respect for the fact that they were telling him repeatedly to stop talking. They had to cut off his mic, and he kept talking. And then, even though it was Nora's turn, her sister had to step in and say, no, I said shut up, and then turn back. And all of these people on Twitter are talking about it. And if you look at, again, what Elon is talking about, where he's retweeting Don's crazy rant, where he, in all caps, is saying, it's well known that I would veto anything that he's talking about Rose, saying he would veto. And so I think
everybody know his ass lying.
But I lead with their upset because they are concerned in ways that we are not. And I like that.
I do want to say this here. So you kept hearing, it was just fascinating to keep hearing the line. Oh my God, we've lost manufacturing. I'm sitting there going, is this dude on crack? Go to my iPad. This is literally, y'all, American investing in manufacturing. Okay, do y'all see where the arrow is pointing?
Yep.
Yeah. That's when Trump ass left.
Yes.
How the hell can you? Even on the he kept coming back with stuff with the energy, and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Like this, they really believe in their minds that manufacturing down when it's up. They believe that we are producing less energy today. That's a lie. And even Walz was like, no, it's more. I mean, it was literally like, let me just throw as many lies as possible, and surely y'all not gonna fact check these lies. Hold on one second, Mustafa.
Well, it's about molding perception. So if you continue to say the same thing over and over and over again, most Americans just naturally believe it because they're like, well, I heard it on X, or not X, let me use something else. I heard it wherever. So that's the dynamic that's going on. I think Governor Walz had additional opportunities to actually bring back the fact that whether you want to talk about the investments that the Biden-Harris administration has made around these new clean economy jobs, that those are going up. But there are also jobs that are going up in relationship to other forms of manufacturing that are out there. And then I would have anchored it with actually talking about examples in the various states of how it's helping to make change happen. So it's about the building that needs to happen. I think Governor Walz did a good job. I think he looked very presidential. If the moment ever came for that, he definitely did what he was supposed supposed to do as the vice president. But, you know, there are just these people want to be seen. When I talk to people across the country, they want to know that they're actually seen from these people. And I think that Governor Walz did a better job of actually hitting the things that people are asking for. He brought his daughter into the conversation and talked about in relationship to gun violence. He talked about Amber. So Vance didn't make anyone to be seen whom is still trying to make a decision about their vote.
His mom.
No,
he was trying. He was trying to apologize for throwing him under the bus.
Sort of low-class white folks.
Yeah.
He kept making references.
He was trying.
That would communicate to that.
Yes.
Who, Vance? Well, remember telling me, oh, my mama, when we grow up, we want food stamps and two blue-collar gyms.
He was trying to appear human.
Right, and it was...
Let me just.
Vance, at this point...
Hold on, Mustafa, go.
But here's the problem, and we've got to make sure that we do a better job. Monique talked earlier about us getting messaging out there also. The Biden-Harris administration has done more for lower wealth white communities than the Trump administration ever even can conceptualize.
Right. I know.
Yes.
Exactly.
But
the problem, does this matter? Vice presidential debates don't really matter. But in this moment, when you have millions of people watching, the fact that these things get so many people in that moment, the debate with obviously the vice president and Trump, where she beats him up, and of course that explodes because she did so well.
Right.
This is another moment where millions of people are watching.
And if I could just add, Roland, just let me add this. Just let me add this. So when we had the last debate with Trump and Vice President Harris, that was not a debate for lower wealth white communities. These are two gentlemen who. These are two individuals who actually have roots in those communities. And there are going to be lower wealth white communities who are looking for them to say something about how you're going to make my life better. So there was this opportunity that existed. Governor Walz, based upon what the Biden-Harris administration has done, had a huge amount of opportunity to be able to not just talk to them in a general way, but here's the 1, 2, 3s of how your life has been able to be better, and here's where we're going to go.
But this is the struggle. What? Go on.
Some of this conversation is a tiny bit delusional. I'm gonna tell you why. Americans, half of this country, is interested in who's stronger, who seems stronger, the perception of strength. There are so many people in this country voting for a man who can barely articulate, finish a sentence, tell the truth, has 34 felonies and adjudicated sexual assault. They think he is strong. Let me be very clear. When we say that democracy is on the line, that is not just a talking point. Democracy is on the line because it has been retreating around the world for a few decades now. Okay? That is a point that I really need people to really understand. So I don't think there would have been one American who would not have been okay if Governor Walz, Coach Walz wouldn't have mollywopped Vance. They would have slept fine tonight, honey, if he would have completely mollywopped them. That's fine. If we want to talk about policy, I think policy is great. But a lot of people are voting for a felon because they think he is strong. That's the truth. That's the reality.
But you have to, but in order for us, again, this is where you don't have honest conversations on mainstream network. And I've said this for years. Because this is who America is voting for. Go to my iPad.
That iPad.
That's Ronald Reagan.
That's John Wayne.
I mean, no, I'm saying.
It's John Wayne.
And
let's be real clear. Let's be real clear. John Wayne was one of the most violent racists,
no question,
in American history.
No question.
Okay. So when we talk about, again, so America's all about, you have to understand the American ethos. The American state of mind in everything is, we're the best.
Yep.
We're number one.
Yep.
Everybody else ain't shit. God has only blessed us.
It's true.
And it's strength, 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 strength.
Yep. 1000%.
Americans, white America, would rather lose strong than win, quote, weak. That's literally the state of mind. And so you're right. That's why how Trump does with Minn. You look at the numbers. Oh, he's strong. He projects strength. He says what he's going. He does what he does what he says. He does what he says he's going to do. Don't matter that it's stupid as hell and it's crazy and it's outlandish. But the other thing that is hard for Democrats to do, and we know Republicans don't want to do it, because we also have to put it out there. 68 to 70% of the total electorate will be white. We have conversations in this country where the president will openly talk about, this is what we've done for HBCUs. Trump will talk about his bullshit, fake-ass platinum plan. You're never going to hear politicians talk explicitly about whiteness. Now, there's a way to talk about whiteness. There's a way to talk about it, but they're unwilling to do it. So, for instance, I kept saying to Obama directly, dude, stop going to the suburbs of Virginia and Maryland and Ohio talking about the Affordable Care Act. Go to the brokest, sickest, whitest parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and say, I passed this for y'all. Because y'all are the sickest, you're the brokest. You ain't got to say whitest, but we already know why you actually there. LBJ launched his war on poverty not in the Mississippi Delta, in Appalachia. And so when you look at the Teamsters' decision not to endorse, when you look at this polling data of these union workers, these white people are choosing white nationalism over their economic pocketbooks. But you have to counter that by reminding their ass again, and I keep going back to that great scene in Jungle Fever when Wesley Snipes was quitting and he was like, look at that, mine. And they were like, look at you, mine. You have to say, we did that shit. But I think sometimes they play so nice, they're unwilling to go that hard by saying, let me remind y'all, Obama wouldn't do it. Obama saved Elkhart, Indiana with his first stimulus deal. And they were all voting Republican. He should have went back and say, Elkhart, just let me remind y'all, without my bill, y'all ass is gone. At some point, you have to own your shit. And you gotta look white folks in the eye and say, we made this possible for y'all.
Because then they want to vote for you?
Listen, if you don't own it and you don't explain to folks how they got it, they gonna do what they do. Oh, you're wonderful, you're great. You got to remind white folks how they got some stuff. The same way you remind black folks how they got some stuff. That's been one of the struggles that they have. They don't want to be as overt in confronting white voters about how we saved your asses. Manufacturing, this is where Biden, his ass still president, Biden needs to take his ass to one of these places in Ohio and say, hey, y'all are getting population back because of manufacturing, because of the CHIPS bill, because of what we did. We brought these jobs back. We brought this plant.
For him, I would.
A white man can say.
But a white man gotta say it because he did it.
But Roland, here's the thing about white voters. White voters don't vote on issues. No. And follow me. They vote on permission structure. Mm-hmm. So like here's an example. On the January 6th back and forth, J.D. Vance said, well, basically he said January 6th wasn't as bad as you Democrats are trying to make it seem, because on January 20th, there was a transition in power, right? J.D. Vance will also say something along the lines, oh, climate change, global warming, no, that's not a thing. We still get winter. It still gets cold, right? So these are right. He's talking about the weird science. So these are people where they need a permission structure. So the strongest thing that I think that Walz could have done tonight, the strongest thing he could have done tonight when he said, will this man stand up for Trump when Trump goes too far? He was creating a permission structure for white people to say, hey, maybe we don't want to vote for this ticket. Because at least with Mike Pence, we knew if it got too bad, he was going to not go with it.
And so it's floating that online right now.
So white people, you have to talk to them the next 35 days about the permission structure. If you're going to go back and forth, tit for tat on the issues, that's not what's going to move them.
But white supremacists don't want to have any permission structures in order. Right. That's why they love a candidate like Vance, because he literally said, anything goes.
Well, and
that's the permission structure.
Roland, you were saying that they don't want to talk about whiteness, but when they talk about whiteness, they are saying Americans, because when they say Americans, they're not talking about us.
No. That's not us.
And I think
or when they say working class.
When you say Americans to white people, they get a picture of themselves. They do not get a picture of any of us. And I thought, I'm looking at it from, of course, a DEI perspective. He's going about Americans and then migrants. And what people don't get when you talk about how there are these, huge numbers of Cubans who are voting Republican, they don't get, when they talk about migrants, they don't know who is and isn't legal, and they're going to get everybody. Right. They're going to get everybody, but he differentiates to me the whiteness by saying Americans. And we know who that is, and we know who that isn't. The rest of us are hyphenated.
They don't want to claim whiteness because it requires them to take responsibility.
And they're not going to do that, but they have their codes. And so when he keeps talking about America,
and what I'm saying,
when he says Americans,
first of all,
it's clear to us.
Well, first of all, we know exactly what they're doing. But what I'm saying is, you're from a Democratic standpoint, you're going to have to deal with the reckoning. You can't dance around what is now clear. To Lauren's point, it used to be called dog whistling. They ain't whistling shit now. Right. They are yelling it. It's very clear. And what I'm saying is, you have to now confront that and deal with that. Yep. And so at some point, you're going to have to challenge whiteness. Agreed. At some point, you're going to have to stop the sitting here where you don't want to use certain phrases or whatever. At some point, you're going to have to challenge white conservatives.
They do it. Let's look at our American people in this town of Appalachia and what we did here.
No. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when you start talking about these Midwestern towns, first of all, we got to remember, we're talking about places that are anywhere from 85 to 99% white.
Yes.
And so what you have to do is, and this is why I do think it's important for the Haitian immigrants that came to Springfield. Remind folk, hold up, y'all asses were dying.
Yes.
You were losing population. Yep. You were losing jobs. You were losing homeowners. Your city was dying. Your population had dipped below 50,000, and so these 20,000 Haitian migrants have reinvigorated this town. And what you do is you use the white folks who are telling you that against them. You say again, because here's what these white folks want. What these white folks want is they want their white enclaves to remain white.
Right. Yes.
But they don't want to die.
Right.
Now the problem is, what's happening is, immigrants, whether they are Haitian, whether they are Venezuelan, whether they are Mexican, they sitting there saying, we going where the jobs are.
Right. Well, watch this. Whether they are Somalis in Minnesota, was Walz's reticence? Because that occurred to me. I'm like, you should have said in my state. I got forget 20% of the fresh water. You got them Somalis in it.
Right.
Was this part of what you're saying, Ray? I will not challenge whiteness.
No. Tonight was all about how do I talk to, because you got to remember, okay, Trump made serious inroads in Minnesota in 2016, 2020. Right. Because Minnesota is looking like Pennsylvania. Okay, where you have blue urban centers and the rest of the damn state look like Alabama. That's true. Okay, same thing in Michigan. Michigan ain't no blue state. Right. Michigan got blue cities that dominate the state. That's right. But the rest of that state look like Alabama. And so what you're dealing with is, tonight was all about, I need to talk to, in my own way, the white folks in Pennsylvania, not Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, the white folks in Georgia, not Atlanta, not South Fulton, I ain't talking to them. Let me talk to Wisconsin, except Milwaukee. Let me talk to Michigan. I ain't talking about Detroit, Lansing, and Flint. This is who I'm talking to, and that's what it was. But the only way, because again, we look at the data, where Vice President Kamala Harris is with white voters, because my biggest concern about not running was, could she hold his white coalition? I just think that Democrats are going to have a reckoning with whiteness. And they can try to dance and be cute with it.
Nuance on policy is not going to get it. Most people can hold about 2 to 3 talking points in their head at any given time. Maybe it's what I do and where I sit, and I see the world very differently. I submit to that. You know, as a national security professional, let me tell you something. My worldview changed drastically from being an academic to when I switched to being a policy practitioner in national security. My worldview completely changed. And the reality of that worldview is that people tend to think and hold 2 to 3 talking points in their head, and they believe those things. It's almost like a theology. It's almost like a religion. That's what you have to attack. That's what you have to go after. It's a reason why a lot of people who weren't looking at Vice President Harris one way, but after the debate, they were like, oh, okay, because she dog-walked Trump. Period. She dog-walked him. But my point is, Monique, Walz had to put Vance to bed. He had to put those lies to bed. He had to bury the slickness. He had to go after the 2 to 3 talking points that people have burrowed in their heads that aren't true. That's what I'm saying, and I think he has.
In that he did that. Like what we think would bury it, and some of it for us is performative, some of it is preference. In terms of the way that people watch debates, I've been watching and teaching debate a lifetime, and when you look at juries,
not my cousins on the bayou.
The reason why I always say, I mean, and they don't matter for this at all. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not who this is for. But it should be. But when we're looking at undecided voters, I'm looking at 3 different polls coming in now where 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6 say Tim Walz won the debate, where they say slickness doesn't win, where they're saying that his lies were too big so much so that they were unconvincing. Where they're
on
saying
CNN, an
January
undecided
6th.
Michigan voter on CNN says he chose to vote for Kamala Harris tonight after J.D. Vance's damning answer on January 6th stuck with him. I don't think I can trust someone with my vote if they're not going to respect it. Go ahead.
I still stand by my
NBC News just polled their focus group of 6 undecided voters in Pennsylvania who won the debate. 5 of 6 said Tim Walz won. So the people who needed issues, I agree with you, it's not the same amount of people, but the women issues kind of led the day on that. But the people who, as I said at the beginning, are like, I don't trust him. It is coming across for them because the lead of the ticket did her job, but what he did, at least from the way that things are coming in now, and then even on the reporting side of things, what they're saying, and Kamala HQ is repeating some of it, where he refused to answer about the legitimacy of the election. That was a big deal for a lot of people.
But here's the other deal. Here's a CBS News stat poll. Go to my iPad. This is why Vance 42, Walz 41, tied 17%. At the end of the day,
fantastic.
At the end of the day, you're voting for top of the ticket. So, like I say, with everything that happened, did Vance wound? No. Did Walz wound? No. Were the moments there? Absolutely yes. Were they speaking to the base? Yes. It still comes down to the next 35 days. It's Trump and Kamala Harris. That's what it comes down to. So I'm going to shift this conversation right now, and that is in these final 15 minutes. What next? What happens next?
I think somebody spoke about it earlier. It has to be that high level of visibility. Vice President Harris was large. So is you then, Roland. But we know that we know that VP Harris.
If it was you, I would have said it was no.
Yeah, it was VP Harris was missing for the first third of her announcement. Then we have Vance that's on TV every single day. I don't think the Democratic Party is doing enough right now. If they want visibility amongst young people, they have to do more. I'm interested to see how this HBCU tour is going to go, but we're going to need more. There's going to need more to put them over the line. Right now, I'm not confident enough that they're getting the visibility, and we know that the Trump campaign is going to come out viciously swinging. They're excellent at putting out salacious rhetoric. They're excellent at making people feel extremely fearful and xenophobic. And so we're going to have to figure out ways to combat that at a high level. And right now, I'm not confident that we're doing so.
A big issue, the hurricane has greatly impacted North Carolina and Georgia. And so that's going to be a lot different when it comes to campaigning. And so a lot of the focus is really going to be, frankly, on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, really locking those down. I just think with roads still having an issue, the last thing people are going to be caring about is the election as they're trying to sit here and get themselves together, again, especially in the western part. But if you look at the eastern part of North Carolina, frankly, if they're not as impacted by this, you got to go campaign there. Mustafa, what do you see over the next 35 days?
I think you have to continue to make sure people understand the story about the jobs that you've created. When I'm out there talking to folks that care about jobs, that care about health care, and of course, the people I work with, they care about the environment and what's going on with climate. So I think you've got to figure out a way to stay in front of those issues, and I think it'll help you to get some of the traction that you need. And of course, I wouldn't be the person I am of the movement that I come from if I didn't also say that you've got to do a better job with the black vote. And I think that there are opportunities to do that, but I think you have to speak directly to what the particular needs are of both black men and black women.
Rebecca.
Next 35 days, or we're approaching midnight, so the next 34 days. I know the campaign has done some extensive polling. They know who their strongest, likeliest voters are. They need to double down and spend all their money in turning out those people. Tonight was, in my opinion, was about white voters. We know just off the top, 3 out of 4 white men will never vote for the Democrat on the ticket. That's, it's been that way since LBJ. So at this point, if the campaign is spending all their time for the 25% of white men they think they could get, if the campaign's spending time for about the, 48 to possibly 51.5% of white women that they think they could get, cool, but you better get your numbers of black people above what Obama numbers were, because we're in a different world than where Obama was. Obama had a different path. This campaign doesn't have that path. This campaign does not have Biden in 2020 path either. And so based upon that, I'm sure the campaign, they have their internal numbers. Do your job. Turn out those people that your internal numbers are telling you that's going to be strongest for you. You have to maximize those numbers.
Randy.
You have to get people to the polls. I think that most people know these candidates are so different that most people know where they're voting. I'm shocked at the people who say that they're undecided, but those who say that they are for this ticket, they are for the Harris-Walz ticket, they need to get them there. Ensure that they vote. I would push on getting people to get out and vote. Even though the Republicans have passed many laws and try to make it difficult for us, ensure that you are registered correctly and get your butt there and vote, and early vote. Making it that people don't just vote with their mouths, because everyone now can go and have an opinion and be on social media, but actually go and cast your ballot. That's what I would focus on, and to do that, they have to show that these issues are relevant to us and critical and are life-changing for us.
Nola.
I'm going to refer to the National Security Action Poll that came out a week and a half ago that talked about 56% of Americans favor. 56% of Americans in 7 battleground states favor supporting Ukraine over not supporting Ukraine. I think that there needs to be some sort of decisive foreign policy decision that distinguishes VP from the prior policy and how we're handling Israel, how we're engaging. I think people are really wanting that. Is it going to be the same policy? Is it going to be a different policy? What is it going to be?
But how does she do that as sitting vice president when he's still the president? You can't have 2 presidents at one time. How does she do it?
I agree with you. What I'm saying is you can still talk about what your future vision is as vice president, and that's all that a lot of people are asking for.
But how can you talk about your future vision as vice president if what you are going to do is going to be different from him? The moment you do that, all hell's going to break loose.
I hear what you're saying. I'm saying what people are asking for.
No. I know what they're asking for. What they're asking for is irrelevant. I mean, it can't happen. I mean, the box that she's in, she's not a United States senator. she's not a governor. If that was the case, what they're saying makes sense. But because she is the sitting vice president,
I don't disagree with you.
Well, but again, but do those folks understand that?
No, they don't.
Okay, well, they don't understand that. I mean, I don't know what the hell. She literally can't. And look, it's a bunch of black activists and others saying the same thing. The fact of the matter is, you only got one president at one time.
Right. She signaled before. If there needs to be a policy change about Israel, we'll do it. And then that got kiboshed really quickly. My point is, and regarding Ukraine, there needs to be some sort of diplomatic win. There needs to be something that American people can say, okay, I understand why we're there in Ukraine. A lot of Americans are asking, why are we doing this? Why are we still doing this? Because the messaging is resonating. What benefit are Americans getting from us being in Ukraine? And they're pointing to things like inflation. They're pointing to things like high gas prices. Not that they have that they're directly connected, but these messages, what I'm saying, are landing with the American people. So while I agree with you, she can't necessarily say this is what my foreign policy is going to be on Israel. It's going to diverge from POTUS. There has to be some sort of signals regarding foreign policy and national security that makes Americans who are on the fence feel better about what the future will be.
Unfortunately, we talked about it earlier. A lot of Americans ain't smart. And the fact of the matter is, for all these people who are complaining about the amount of money we're spending on Ukraine, the money ain't going to Ukraine when 75% are going to American military contractors. Right. What they also don't understand is if Russia takes control of Ukraine,
We're talking about winning the election, right? I'm simply saying.
No. What I'm saying is, for the people out there, and some of them could be watching and listening, they don't understand that because of NATO, we have to defend NATO countries. It's actually saving us American lives and money supporting Ukraine the way we are versus sending being involved in a military conflict.
About that for 2 years.
No, I got you. I'm just saying. I'm saying. Unfortunately,
there needs to be some sort of, even if it's a perceived win. What's next? There needs to be some sort of foreign policy W.
Here's the whole deal.
That's all I'm saying.
So the mission accomplished banner?
Ain't
not that.
First of all,
let's. We're not about to lie.
Let's be real clear. Israel's attack against Hezbollah, them going into Lebanon, and it was happening now in Iran. There's not going to be a foreign policy within the next 35 days. If you're
preaching to the choir, honey.
No. I'm not speaking and talking to you. I'm talking to people who are watching. Okay. And what I'm trying to explain, there ain't gonna be no foreign policy win. And here's the deal. And I don't think there are a lot of people who are going to be voting on foreign policy.
But that's not what the polls are showing. Let me tell you something. People care about what's happening in Ukraine. And the number 3 thing that they care about is democracy. And democracy's wrapped up in all of this.
I got that. But the number one thing that they also are going to be talking about is the economy. And to Mustafa's point, what you have to do is explain to people what you did, how you saved it, how we remind people. And this is where, again, what Trump and Vance are doing, Eugene, they're trying to get everybody to go back to 17, 18, 19. Nope. You got to bring everybody back to 20, 21, 22 and say, y'all remember what your life was like? Do you remember when you were scared to death to go to a grocery store? You were scared to die because of COVID? You were scared. Listen, I get a lot of times we talk about how to be rosy, how to be positive. People also respond to fear. They respond to politics, and that's just a reality.
The reason you see more negative as the positive acts, people respond to fear more than positivity when it comes to political and voting. But back to the Ukraine and foreign policy, you can't tie that to the economy. Inflation's coming down. If Russia takes over Ukraine, inflation skyrockets. Ukraine is number 3 grain producer in the world. I think number 7 ore producer in the world, and one of the top lithium producers in the world. You know what that translates to? That translates to more expensive iPhones and electronic products. That translates to more expensive energy. That translates to more expensive food, more expensive bread, more expensive wheat. So yeah, if you like what we dealt with inflation in the last couple of years post-Trump, let Putin take over Ukraine, and yeah, you can spend more of your hard-earned American dollars than you would ever in war.
Europe will be hit hardest.
Yeah.
Great.
Randy, I agree with you, and we have to get this vote out. Get out the vote. I would encourage everybody, if you missed the first hour of this conversation, y'all walking through all of the internal politics, go back and look at that, because these resources have to be put into now. I've been saying to people, I'm saying to my students in particular, let's work as hard as we can to render November the 5th irrelevant. Bank the shit out of the vote. In other words, so that by the time the 5th comes, these hillbillies show up, try to stop you from voting. And where's everybody? Oh man, I voted 2 weeks ago. And if the campaign, I remember when Obama, was it 08 maybe, having the big rallies, and then let's go vote right now. I mean, that kind of thing. With the kind of energy that's being generated by this campaign, you know, you fill up a stadium full of people in Carolina, okay, we're leaving. Ain't gonna tell you what to do between now and tomorrow, but it's 2 p.m. I think, what time the polls close? 5? Okay, let's see how many we can go over. In other words, do that. The foreign policy thing, you're right. I mean, it's not gonna be a policy change. We know that, and you know better than any of us. You know, the biggest non-American voter who is trying to influence this election is the murderer, the mass murderer sitting in Tel Aviv, Bibi Netanyahu. And this is by no means accidental. On foreign policy, Democrats and Republicans pretty much the same, right? Israel is the 51st state. That is the American presence in the region. They're both going to back them. They just sent troops. Lloyd Austin run them on TV. They sent troops into the area. I don't care whether it's Yemen. I don't care whether it's Lebanon. I mean, Bibi has got a ground force invasion. Iran and thrown some missiles over there. And before you know it, our troops, I say our troops, the troops in the country that I came out of my mother's womb in, because I don't claim none of that shit, might be on the ground, and everything could change. That's why banking this vote is going to be so important. Finally, you know, today's the 1st of October, in addition to Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday, who said this was going to be a problem in the Middle East. Ta-Nehisi Coates' new book just came out, The Message. And of course, Ta-Nehisi writes about Palestine, but he's linking it to us. And he said, you know, I'm a descendant of people of Jim Crow. When I was over there, I'm saying to myself, if this were a rebellion for Nat Turner, what side would we have been on? It's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to raise that, but this issue might become bigger to black people as that message is being on, because these people are circling the wagons. So I would say, yeah, let's just get this vote out.
Lauren? You know, I talked to a lot of people who knocked doors in Virginia. And I mean, Roland, I think you're right. People are not that smart. They're not that bright about, you know, foreign policy. But what they do understand is when they read in the paper that $10 billion and $90 billion of their tax money is going overseas. Now, whether it's going to the defense contractors or to the country, doesn't really matter to them. They want to know, where's that money going and how is it benefiting me? And it might not be something as easy to explain as what you explained about Ukraine foreign policy. Even though you're correct, I think it's hard to do that. And so when you say a foreign policy, when I think people just want an explanation as to where the money's going. And so there's that. I don't know that she can do that in 34 days. Even though we have an outgoing lame duck president, I just don't know that she can do that. The other thing is, I think the Democrats have to get real serious. I think they are very serious about rapid response and October surprises. The other thing they got to get real serious about, of course, is election protection and their lawyers, because these people are going to try to steal this election.
That's right.
I don't think there's any, you know, that's not news to anybody. I'm sure they're in the background talking about exactly that. Every time I go to some summit someplace, that there's some person standing up there talking about election protection. So I don't think that's a thing, but that's a serious thing that's going to happen. And you can see that Donald Trump is ramping up the rhetoric. He's setting the table for it's going to get stolen, it's going to get stolen, it's going to get stolen. He's an inciter. He's good at incitement. That's right. And he did the exact same thing before Jan 6. And we're going to see it again. And I think we're going to see it worse. So what's next is that the vice president's team and obviously Governor Walz have to be very careful in the next 34 days, because really anything can happen. You can just feel the tension building in the same way I felt the tension building, and I think we all did in, you know, in December and then going into January before the certification.
Monique?
So what I would hope we would do is for every place that any person in this room or outside of this room watching, anytime you are tempted to say they, switch it to we. Anytime it's she, switch it to me. Because then we will truly understand the stakes. Thank you, Dr. Gregg. We, right? We, your students, all of us, the things that we need to do. We are too close to the end of this for any of this to be objective, for any of it to be about the way that they should do things while we sit back and pontificate. It's over. If there are doors to be knocked, knock them. If it's phone banking, let's all take a turn. If it's giving, some of us are blessed with more,
please write your checks and do it to all the PACs. I'm so sick of those PACs. I got to do the Howard PAC, I got to do the Women PAC. I'm like, if they send me one more email, I swear before God, I just got me a little bit of money and got these debts paid. I'm trying to pay my debts, right. Jesus. But you give, right? Mm-hmm. You do that. See, don't do that. One of the benefactors of my business enterprises. I
disagree with you.
Listen, see, this is what I'm saying.
I disagree with you. Keep going on. See, you belaboring like J.D. Vance did. You need to keep moving. You need to keep moving like J.D. Don't screw it up.
They is we, she is me. We will get out the vote. We will knock doors. We will put signs like the old days. If we have campaign connections, we'll use them to help with messaging. We will use our platforms in order to spread the word. We will go to our strengths. So if it's foreign policy or if it's legal, you're right, there's an attack coming. The campaign, I would like you to know, has spent millions already preparing for the legal battles. But if you have a JD in any place in this here country, take your re-up class for legal monitoring, get your orange shirt, and get on the damn battlefield. Not on the one day of election. Do it for the pre-voting. Do it for know where the voting precincts are. If you just need to figure out where your vote is, iwillvote.com. If you know people who are not online, share with them the information. Guys, this ain't no drill.
Yeah. All persons on
It's not. It's all of us. And if we say that everybody matters, then everybody. We have the power, right? Let me get real scriptural, and then I'm done.
Yes.
After this, the Holy Ghost shall come, right, and give you power, and then you're witnesses. You get power, and then you're witnesses.
Why are you laughing, Rebecca?
So what I am saying.
You okay, Rebecca? You okay, Rebecca?
That's the saying about Israel.
Because this is for black folks, right? So the black folks understand what it means to evangelize. I'm asking you to evangelize your vote. You open up your mouth for everything else. You know what's going on all the shows. You know what Auntie and them did. Did you tell? Okay, Catholics understand the full scope of the Bible. I was raised Catholic, so was he. You're not disqualified.
Yeah, but Catholics need to miss a lit.
Oh my God! It's a real Bible.
Come on now, you know Catholics need to miss a lit. Don't even try.
Take your Nicene Creed and share that in your community. That's all I got.
All right, yeah, okay. Yeah, amen, gotcha. Pass the plate to pay off them debts. All right, so...
is this white Jesus or black Jesus?
Black Jesus,
no, there's only one Jesus.
But it don't matter.
Right. There's only one Jesus on this. There's only one Jesus, and he had an afro. He had an afro with bronze feet. Chris Toller, Black Voter Project, posted this here. Put on my iPad. He said, if these polls are any indication of black voters, the Harris is looking good with record high margins. Georgia 83-7, North Carolina 90-2. However, she's also down big with whites in Georgia, meaning she needs to be on the ground, and Robinson may be helping in North Carolina. He posted that. He also talked about, again, in terms of when you look at the election. So when you look at the next 35 days, it's coming down to really, just going back to that blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. And then they still have a very strong shot in North Carolina. They have a lesser shot in Georgia. Georgia is still going to be very difficult because Brian Kemp's machine is very aggressive. One of the things that I want to see from the Harris-Walz campaign, I mentioned beforehand, is every day there's got to be major events. How are you deploying your assets? How are you, okay, Barack Obama, okay, Michelle Obama.
That's right.
All right, okay, enough with the tweeting. I need to see you on the road.
Right.
Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. No.
They like Slick Billy?
If you listen.
I don't care. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you.
I went to Penn State University. I was there in 08. Let me tell you something. I was at Penn State during the 08 election. All right? I was in Penn State during the 08 election, all right? And in a 3-day time span, right? The McCain campaign deployed Sarah Palin and Hank Williams Jr., all right? In one place, right? Bill Clinton was there 2 days later with the crowd 4 times the size. And we're talking Penn State is in Center County, which is literally middle of Pennsylvania, the heart of Pennsylvania.
Happy Valley.
That's what you need. At the end of the day, again, it comes down to margins. And here's the reality. Because of the Dobbs decision, okay, Hillary Clinton is far more popular than a lot of people because she could say, I tried to tell y'all I was right. Remember, Trump got 52% of the white female vote in 2016, 53% in 2020. If they peel off 3% of the white female vote, election's over. That's all you gotta do.
She couldn't carry her own
No. Yes, you do deploy. Hold on, one second. You deploy Hillary. You can't. First of all, you can't look at the 2016 race in the same way you look at 2024 because the reality is in 2024 it's a whole bunch of white women going, shit, she was right. And so the bottom line is, I don't need Hillary Clinton to get me 100,000 votes. I need Hillary Clinton to get me 8,000 to 10,000 votes. In a specific area. There you go, in a very specific area. And so where do you use her? You maximize her in suburban areas. If you're talking about Philadelphia, you don't send her out. You don't send her to the same place you send Bill in Pennsylvania. You send her to the suburbs of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to drive those numbers up. That's how you use her. But what I'm saying is, you have to have, those things have to be happening. The Democrats have a far deeper bench. You got to pull together, you got to say Big Gretch, you got to say Shapiro, you got to say to your governors, yo, it's game time.
Even some of the Republicans.
We got to be sitting here. We got to be sitting here going hard. Then you got to say, okay, all you entertainers, I appreciate the post on social media.
Taylor Swift got to get in the field.
I need your ass out in the field. Stevie Wonder's going to be doing a 9 or 10 city tour. Stevie Wonder's going to be doing a tour. And to the point where normally the average ticket price for his concerts are $300 to $500. The highest ticket price is going to be $125.
Next week.
And so he's doing that in nine different cities, and then going to Midwestern states. If you're the Harris Walz campaign, what is your major massive ground game in Milwaukee? 50,000 fewer people voted in 2022 from 2020. If they vote, then Mandela Barnes is the United States Senator. And so you got to be driving on the ground. And what you got to be, and so I know how all these different PACs work or whatever the hell. This is where Jamie Harrison, and this is where all these other major Dems, and yes, where the fuck are you, George Clooney? Where are you, Nancy Pelosi? Where are you folks who are calling for an open convention? This is where all y'all should say to all these PACs, you're sitting your asses on $400 million, deploy that shit on the ground. They should be flooding people, massive door knocking every single weekend between now and Election Day in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Michigan, because it's all about turnout. If you drive up the margins, it's game over. Obama won with 39% of the white vote because he over-indexed among African Americans. Go to North Carolina and remind black folks there, y'all did it before, y'all can do it again. But you got to go to those places. You got to go to Princeville. You got to go to Elizabeth City. You got to be able to go to those places. Don't just go to North Carolina A&T. You got to go to the eastern portion of the state as well, the Black Belt in North Carolina. And so the election is there. And you got to say to folks on your side, white folk are going to turn out. The Confederate flag waving, Trump-loving people are going to turn out. And the only way you beat them is if you show up more than they do.
Yep.
But
and the Black Belt in Louisiana is under attack too.
Black Belt in Louisiana under attack. But let me just go ahead and say it. Black people in Louisiana are going to get off their asses and get organized because, frankly, they've been sitting on their asses for far too long because they allowed Jeff Landry to take over by not voting. You had a black man who's on the Democratic side for governor, and they couldn't even get him the top two and couldn't even get to a runoff because folk were just sitting here. And I get the whole deal. They're not engaged or whatever, but it's ridiculous. And they also got to vote because you got a congressional seat there, an opportunity district. The black folks in Alabama, it's not a black district, it's an opportunity district. So they got to maximize for figures in Alabama as well. Plus, you also got, Texas is nice, but it'll also be nice if Colin Allred would actually, I'm aware Texas has the most black voters in it.
Anyway.
No, I know, I understand that. But it would be nice if Congressman Colin Allred would actually show up where black people are and then not, and actually, you're right, okay? And also, Monique. No, Monique, no, wait a damn minute. No, don't let me pull some receipts out.
We're not Fox.
No, I know we're not Fox, but you know who I am? A black man who's texted his ass since March 5th on 6 different occasions, and he can't even respond.
But how does that help?
It helps if your ass want to be the next. If you want to be the next, easy, because you know what? It's a lot more black people know me than know Colin already.
Then can you tell him not to vote for Ted Cruz
instead
of pissing him off?
Colin already. No,
Can we change the conversation?
I'm not changing the conversation. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna be a goddamn black candidate, fucking talk to black people.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, you can't sit here and try to be United States senator in Texas. I know what the hell the polls show. But guess what? Being up a point in Texas don't mean shit when it comes to voting. Do I want to win? I want to win, but you gotta win by talking to black people too.
Let's talk about DNC putting money everywhere. First time ever. We haven't talked about that yet. I think that's great. About DNC putting money everywhere, all over the country. That's the first time ever. What do you think about that?
I mean, listen. First of all, guys, y'all mics are still on. First of all, the DNC is trying to expand the map. Okay, Testers down 6 points in Montana, so they got to put money in Grayson, Texas, but also in Florida. Okay, they folks have been right now Florida, so you got to do that. Shares Brown up in Ohio, you're fine in Arizona, you're fine in Nevada. You know you're gonna lose West Virginia, so that's happening. But the other thing is this here: how do you also deal with the broadening map? You got to realize you got Supreme Court races in Ohio, Supreme Court races in Florida, Supreme Court races in Texas, and so if you care about reproductive rights, guess that's what 3 places where those conservative judges actually rule against. So those Supreme Court races also matter. So yeah, smart moves there by the DNC to actually push that money out. Yes. So I just think that again, when we start talking about this whole election, candidates can't expect people to go hard for them if they don't go hard for people. And so you've got to be putting money into black-owned media. You got to be putting resources on the ground because there are voter groups that are starving and they're waiting to get activated. And what these candidates and campaigns can't do is expect black people to be sharecroppers and work for free doing door knocking when you're paying white staff. And they actually have the money. And they're sitting on millions of dollars right now.
There's some PACs out there paying literally people $120 to do a packet of 40 doors. Literally, essentially, $120 for an hour and a half worth of door knocking. So, I mean, I agree 100%. I tell campaigns all the time, I'm at the point where you would not catch me to volunteer. You want my time, want my effort, you got to pay me for it. And I agree 100% with you. If these campaigns want black voters, if they want black voters to turn out and turn out other black voters, pay them. You got the money. $400 million is enough to win a lot of congressional seats. A lot of congressional seats.
But again, though, what these strategists are going to have to understand is the micro-targeting of black people is real. You're not going to do the old model. And so that means you're going to have to go talk to different sets of black people in much different ways. And there's a black economic conversation that they don't care about nothing else. There's a black social conversation. There's a black civil rights conversation. There's a black criminal justice conversation, and it differs among groups. And so they're just uneasy about how the hell they even do all of that. And so they got to understand that's what it is. And there is a black college educated conversation that is different from black high school diploma conversation. That's just a fact. Ain't no different from white folks. You're right. And so they're just uncomfortable with the fact that we keep saying not monolithic. That shit is real. You now have to micro-target in a different way.
The same way, but it's no different the same way to micro-target any other demo.
Right, same thing. And again, their problem is they don't want to do that because that's going to require a larger investment than they normally have done. And they're trying to hold the line because they know once you take that up, that becomes the new floor. And it's like, damn. And they're trying to hold that line. So I mean.
It's crazy. It's almost a guaranteed vote. The Texas black vote is almost a guaranteed black vote 9 times out of 10. And so for Allred to act like he's going to blow up that community, but when they do turn out, it's 90%. 90% for the Democratic Party.
That has been read.
So you go after white voters, you go after expensive white voters that are less likely to show up?
Disagreeing with the strategy.
First of all, Texas has also changed.
Texas is a blue state.
I got you, because Texas has also changed. because, again, when you look at the policies, economic policies, but also the mistake that Democrats keep making is they think that you can only win with your large blue counties. No, you can't allow them to run up 80-20 margins in rural counties. Remember, it's 254 counties in Texas. Democrats only have 81 county parties. That's 160 counties. There's no county party. So what has happened is Democrats fly into Texas because Democrats fly into Texas, raise millions of dollars, and then they leave. You have to fund the infrastructure. And that's the whole deal. So you're not going to win a state unless you fund the infrastructure.
But there are organizations like Black Voters Matter that have been in Texas year-round and increasing their investment year after year. And the Democrats are infusing money into that organization, and we are seeing fruit.
Yes.
But there is definitely work.
So what you're dealing with, so what you're now dealing with, is where infrastructure comes in. The bottom line is in the next 35 days, listen, can you blanket everywhere? No. But you do have to be very strategic in where you go. And the reality is this here, we've always talked about it. You can keep trying to kill yourself to get that white woman who's a Republican. And you can try to get yourself to try to get more of those white men. Or you can look at, okay, I could spend less time and less money going after my likely voters who've been sitting on elections. And who are they? Black people.
No question.
Who are they? Latino people. And who are they? Young people. It's right there in the data. And so the money needs to be there. And so they should be flooding these states with resources. And Democrats in D.C. should be calling out these PACs and saying, don't look up on November 6th and your asses are sitting on $60, $80 million and you just spend it. The whole point is to actually spend the goddamn money that you actually raised.
Supposed to be the point.
All right, folks. Appreciate everybody being with us. Tomorrow, I'm broadcasting live from Alabama State. I'm giving the homecoming speech. We talked about voting. They sent me some notes. They were like, okay, we nonpartisan. Don't. And I'm just like, if y'all know I'm gonna say what I need to say. So I will be at again Alabama State. I'll broadcast from there tomorrow. I'll speak at 11 a.m. On Thursday. I think Greg is sitting in for me on Thursday because I'm gonna be flying back. I think. Also, lots more we'll talk about tomorrow. We'll talk more about the DOJ, what happened with their report about the unconstitutional practices in Georgia prisons. We showed some of that at the top of the show. We'll talk about that. Also, yesterday, of course, we celebrated the life of Dikembe Mutombo. Tomorrow, we'll talk about the passing of America's first black daddy. James Evans, known as John Amos. Before that was Bill Cosby, everybody knew he was James Evans from Good Times.
No question.
And so we'll talk about that as well. So shout out to everybody who's been with us. Hope y'all enjoyed our conversation. Be sure to support the work that we do. Y'all know there's no other black-owned media outlet that did this tonight. No. The others, I don't know what they did, but trust me, it wasn't like this. And second of all, y'all saw more black people tonight than you have seen on MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox News. Hell, I throw in News Nation, Newsmax on combined. Hell, you ain't gonna see this many black people for the rest of the week on all those networks combined. And so when y'all support this show, y'all are able to support the work that we do. And so be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Your dollars matter. We're still working through all this drama with Cash App. They're really getting on my damn nerves. So support us with PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered, Venmo's RM Unfiltered, Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. All y'all comment on YouTube, hit the like button as well. We're sitting at about 6,600 likes. Y'all slow as hell. It's born about 18,000 y'all on right now. Come on, hit the damn button. Download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. You heard us talk about whiteness. I laid all out my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds. And they are. Get it at Ben Bella Books, Indie Books, IndieBound, Target. You can also get it at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, and get the audio version. Yes, I read it on Kindle as well. I'm sorry, on Audible as well. All right, folks. I will see y'all tomorrow. Keep it real, keep it black. Y'all know how we end the show. Ho!